Good evening, everyone. I hope that you all brought your paper and pencils, for that today we have an education stream on our hands. Hello there, everyone. Once again, it's I, Joe Manafuda, with a lacking of voice today. Don't know why I don't have that much voice. Yeah, it's probably the allergies at it again. Trying to get a revenge on my sinus cavity, trying to give me another sinus infection. I detest this nonsense. Resist it at all costs. For getting a sinus infection is another hindrance on my day and my year. But anyways, I hope that you guys are doing good today. We're getting into the arting stream, most definitely. Today we're going to be learning about the anatomy of a background. We're going to be learning about background arts today. Not particularly about characters. We'll do a little bit of character run over, but not too much on that. We're going to be focusing on the macro section of what goes behind the character. So we still needed to draw a character, but we need to go and put a background behind said character. That's the whole idea for today. But before we get started, it's always best to go and ask how you guys are doing. Is everyone doing well? Let's see how we are doing. Hello, I made it to the starting soon screen this time. Very nice, very nice. Hello. It's arting time. Most definitely we'll be arting all over the place. I hope you are ready to draw backgrounds and nothing but backgrounds. Yes, most definitely. We are ready to draw backgrounds and nothing but backgrounds. Now, here's one major thing today. Since we're just focusing on backgrounds, and there isn't that much... Actually, there is a lot to backgrounds, but to get into the basics of backgrounds, that's what we're really going to be focusing today. It's more like a crash test. It's, what do you say? A crash course on backgrounds. To go and learn about things such as like drawing tree anatomy, drawing grass, rocks, mountains, rivers, other different types of structures. We'll go over it a little bit. Not into big depth. Not into big major focus depth, because we don't want to be here for like 10 hours on a discussion about how to draw every single little bit and piece of a background. I feel like knowing on a composition of a background is more important than the objects that you put in it. Because you could put objects anywhere inside a background, but if it's not composed right, it won't look right. Even if you draw the objects, for example, drawing the trees, drawing the rocks, drawing the rivers and the creeks and the characters, also immaculately. If your organization is off, it's just going to look weird. It's going to look off. It's going to look uncanny valley. But we're going to make those valleys look uncanny. That's the whole goal today. Whole goal is going to be that. But we're also going to be, don't worry, like I said, we are going to go into a little bit of depth when it comes to explaining how to draw certain things. So if you want, things I know that we're going to go over, right? We're going to go over a little bit of grass. We're going to go a little bit over trees. And we're going to go a little bit on like a building. A building, tree, grass, maybe a rock. But everything else is kind of like you have to go and teach yourself on that. I just want to go through like the major stuff. Maybe we can always come back to doing another background part too. But generally, my focus of the day is making sure that you can go and draw a simple background, not a complex background. We got to start small. Starting small is always the best way of attack. You don't want to go into the most grandiose feature of which you cannot complete, because that's how you get art block. And that's how you feel like you can't draw anything. It's always that in anything, you gotta start simple. You just can't go balls to the walls at all times. We're not perfect people. We gotta start somewhere. We're not the best in the beginning. We are the worst in the beginning. And that's what I'm focusing on. We're focusing on people who do not know how to draw backgrounds and trying to make sure that by the end of the day that they know a little bit on how to go and draw a background. Let's see. Curse you chores. I wanted to learn how to draw, but you had to curse me today. Aw, man. I see how to be. Well, don't worry. There's always the VOD. I need to go and still create an organized list of these learning streams so I can go and get a good collection of lessons to go through. But doing lessons, it is more doing than saying. So I'm going to stop saying. I'm going to start doing. So today, we're not hopping into MS Paint. I know. I like doing my MS Paint drawings, but today we're going to be hopping into Clip Studio Paint. Yes, our main focus is going to be Clip Studio today. Now, first off, let's go and do a quick warm-up exercise. And our warm-up exercise is going to be quickly drawing a character. So I'm just going to draw a character, and you know what character I'm going to draw. I'm the Vote Fairy guy, so I'm just going to draw Tipsy. I'm going to draw Tipsy very quickly. And the reason why I want to draw her quickly, not too much detail on her today, because I just want to get her as a stand-in character for depth and perspective. So, I'm starting out with the head. I'm not going off of any reference, I'm just going off of what I have in mind. I just have the standard power stance pose, so hands proudly planted on the hips, fisticuffs. There we go. I'm going to enlarge the head a little bit more. That'll do me fine. All right. Let's get a little bit longer bottom torso. I'm also drawing on Victor layers, and I'm probably going to turn this into an image reference layer, because we're going to be moving her around a lot today. Also duplicating her too. So, like I said, today's going to be focused on backgrounds. And the best thing to go and do is that I know that you guys want to go and draw your characters and put them in a background. Hence is the reason why I'm drawing a tipsy. We're drawing a quick tipsy because we need our character reference. And our character reference is going to be an obvious mascot of the channel, and she's going to be standing here, realizing that she's nothing more than a background prop today. Or maybe she's part of the full composition. It very much depends on what is your focus when you draw a background. Your character could just be there in the back, could just legitimately be part of the background, or your character could be the main focus of the background. It really depends on what your philosophy is when constructing said background. I'll even show you some example backgrounds prior to getting started on the main lesson. This, like I said, this is just a warm-up to go and get my engines running. Get nice and heated. But also, if you guys want to, you can join in along and also draw today as well. Because obviously, it's an art education lesson. I'm going to go and give her a little bit of a hip-hop sassiness. There we go. I'm going to do a little bit of that. Hey, just let me disconnect you. Sometimes Clipstudio paints a paint in the ass when it comes to dealing with vectors and rotating stuff. Granted, it's not MS Paint. MS Paint, you can't really do the rotations and stuff. But, there we go. There we go. Let's go and just rotate her shoulders a little bit. There we go, that'll do me finally. Push your hips a little bit more this way. Alright, just gonna carry her torso to the side a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, we'll also be taking a look at some example backgrounds, like I said. And I already have them prepped up in a folder. So inside that folder, I have some wondrous things for you guys to go and take a look at. As well as also some things to go and help you think when drawing a background. Or before you draw a background. Concepts, ideas, references, and scopes. Let's see. Ohio watch. Ohio. Gasp, no MS Paint today? Nope, no MS Paint today. The reason why we're not doing MS Paint is because I actually need layers in order to go and do this one. I could do this all in MS Paint, but it would take me significantly longer because I want to go and show you, everything. I want to show you what needs to be done. And it's going to be a lot harder to show you things if I don't have layers today. What a travesty, right? Alright. I'm going to thin out her face more. Get her crosshairs on. I'm going to lift her head up. Alright. So, here is our standing model. Just going to go over her very quick. Let's go and get a tipsy on. Let's start from her neck. Right about here. Oh, no. I'll do it like this. Go up. Come on. There we go. Pick that up. Your shoulders. Normally I'd be explaining about what I'm doing, but I'm sure that you guys already have a fair idea. For you guys that have watched previous art learning streams, what I'm generally doing, or actually I guess the ones that haven't, what I'm doing, I'm just doing some standard framing work. As in lessons of framing, I've done that before. Framing is typically just used for the, what do you say, just the building process of figuring out how to go and make your drawing. I highly always recommend doing framing. Always recommend it. I'll put one button on here today. Alright. It's one hand. Two hand. And then we get our fists. Fists are going to be firmly planted on her today. I'm not going to really focus on drawing the fingers, because in previous streams I did explain about LODs and how do LODs work. And very much when you are in a pinch and you feel like you just need to get something out of your head and write on a piece of paper, it's always best to go and use a little bit of LOD work. Alright. LOD meaning level of detail, by the way. It's kind of like inside your video games. Just going with a little bit of a lower detail for the sake of efficiency and a little bit of speed. Always make sure to flip your canvas, make things look right, or make her dance. You can make her dance too. Put a little frilly. Get a little frilly up in here. Always like to put some frills on my characters. Touhou inspired. Alright, there we go. Let's go and get our shoes on. Alright. Get her drip. Alright. Now let's draw her face finally. Let's get started right here in the neck. It's going right for angle attack on the hair. Flick of the wrist. I hate drawing fingers. That being said, I made my character have special pointy fingers, so I have to draw his extra care. For example, Mario Kart Wii has 2 LODs for characters, even if it's a game that uses models. Yes, very true, very true. Let's see. Or at least used to do art knowledge. Yeah, I'm in Rumi. What? I need. I guess I can't help you with that one. Right, draw her hair very quick. Carry that over. You need to fix those sides. You're supposed to carry up, not go in. Carry up like so. There we go. And push out a little more. Erase you. I want to fix you. I know this is supposed to be like a doodle, but I always like having a little bit of perfection in here. Granted, perfection can be the enemy of the artist, I could tell you that. But sometimes I crave into my desires. Alright. Get her hair on, the rest of her hair on. Maybe a little spiky. A little spiky, a little floofy. Alright. Just about done here with our tipsy. Alright. Make her a little happy. Alright. Oh yeah, obviously wings. Don't forget those. Put a wing right there, and then put a wing right over here. Let me flip that. Makes it easier. Woo! There we go. Alright, let me go and get rid of my frame. Here's what we're going to go and do with her. I'm just going to go and quickly select her. Or in a folder. Select. Invert. And we're going to hit that with a fill. Because we need to go and reveal where she's at. And I'm probably going to fill with a gray color. That should work. Yeah, a little bit dark. We can brighten it up. Tornado correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. Brighter, 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 brighter. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. All right, cool. All right, so now we have our tipsy. I'm gonna go and duplicate her. I'm gonna solidify. Pop her up there. Hit a convert layer to image material layer. Gonna go and recolor this layer. This is gonna be a red. No, red's disposables. Orange. Throw you under there. Lock you. Throw you the key for right now. I don't need the frame anymore. Gonna leave you in there. All right. So now we have our tipsy. We have our character. A character that can go literally anywhere on the screen. So first things first. Let's go and take a look at some reference examples. Now we have our character. Now we can finally jump into the actual background thought process. So, first thing that we need to take a look at. We have a character. They're standing on the canvas, but they do not have anything behind them. So, let's go and take a look at some ideas for what we can do. First off, well, we could say that she needs some ground below her. So let's go and just draw some ground, shall we? Let's go and just say throw out some lines, right? Just line. Okay, so she has that behind her. Now we just need I don't know, like a tree. All right, tree, done. All right, the house, the house goes over here, right? Yeah, I think that's right? Yeah, sure. No, not really. So we need to go and learn what looks good, how to go and get a perfect composition inside a character background, right? So first things first, we need to take a look at some concept ideas. So let me go and bring up a image guide relating to, wait for it, composition examples. So we need to learn about how and what is a composition. And there are many different forms of compositions in order to go and create an image. And here are some examples that I'm going to go and bring up on the screen right now. So let's go and observe this. Let me go and pull this in. We can see it right here. So we got composition examples. Now, I don't know who made this one, but I found this on Google Images. And this example sheet works pretty well. So we have things such as first, we got I'm going to scroll this, or I'm going to shrink this, scroll, so I can scroll around a little bit better. But first things first, we got rule of thirds. Rule of thirds is essentially you take your entire image and you separate them all into little tiny categories.
so the viewer can go and focus in a certain area. Now, essentially, if we're to go and take a look at rule of thirds, we could go and say, we'll go and bring up, right here, we'll go and say this. I'm going to go and get some colored pens. All right, so we could go and look at rule of thirds like this. So this is our, like, full image, right? Full image right here. Full composition. So say we got our Tipsy, but we want to go and place her somewhere in the main center, right? But we don't know where to go and place her exactly. This will help us. So let's go and take her. I'm going to just take her and we're just going to shrink her down. So we just go and shrink her down. We're going to go and put her, so say, right here. Right here. We're going to put her over it so we could see better. So essentially how like rule of thirds would work is that we'll go and get our tree. We'll get our tree back in here. Crudely drawn tree. But we'll go and make it a little bit better. But first, let's go and say our tree is over here. I'm going to make this black. There we go. Tree, over here. And the reason why I'm showing you how this works is just so you could go and get a good visualization on how to use it. How to use rule of thirds. How to use other composition setups. And then we go and get that house from earlier. Let's just go and draw a crudely drawn house. Let's draw our little shit shack. There we go. And then we could go and just draw a little door on it. Maybe a front porch. And then, so say we need, like, a path that goes from here to there. Well, we could just do, like, for example, start from the bottom. Because we need to go and fill in these empty boxes. And that way they go and lead into something. But also still keep the focus on our main character. Our main box focus is going to be right in this area. If we go back here, I'm going to go and take blue. Just going to do this. This is where our main focus is going to be. Primarily. In fact, if I want to, I can move my character up higher, or I can move her down lower. Regardless or not, the head is still going to be right there. I think I remember my 7th grade art teacher teaching me this. Yeah. Naruhodo. Now, obviously, there are some other empty boxes up in the sky. We could go and so say, put some simple cloud work up there. Let me go and get my black out again. Let's just say there's some clouds up here. And then you could say there's a horizon right above there. Maybe it could be hilly. Draw some hills. But there you go. That's as simple as you can get for like a background build. But now let's go and look into some more complex stuff, shall we? So we just took a look at the most basic, the what do you say, rule of thirds. And this can be applied to anything, by the way. All these can be applied to anything. This could be applied to photography. This could be applied to modeling. This could also be applied to, obviously, drawing and even 3D. Because it's all about visualization. Visualization, it plays in everything. We also got the golden spiral, which is based off of the, I believe, Pythagorean theorem, which is also a golden triangle related. So, you got the golden triangle, and you got an example right here. You also got another example over here of how the rule of thirds would work. And obviously, you can tell inside this example right here, you can move some things around. Like, for example, if I wanted Tipsy to be, so say, over here, and I want the tree to be moved. Let's grab this tree, put you over here. And then I could go and, so say, move the house. Let's go and move our house. And then you could put a little something else over here if you want. But I like my current composition of it overall. Bringing this back up. So let's go and take a look at our golden spiral perspective. So golden spiral's perspective is essentially where you're trying to go and lead the viewer to go and look over here. And that's practically what a lot about these perspectives are about. These composition examples, their formation is based off of where you want the viewer to look. You, as the person composing the image, need to think about where you want to look first, and then think about where the viewer would look. Wherever you think, that's where they'll think. And the goal is to make sure that they can see that. So let's go and get let's get our red box up in here. Let's go and do that. So we got red box. This is going to be our canvas. Red box canvas. All right. So just like inside that example image, we're going to go and say our tipsy is going to be right over here. And then we'll go and put her, so say, on a ledge. I'm going to put her on a ledge. Alright. I'm going to bottle this one up into a box. There we go. Get in there. Get in the box. Alright. You're going to be in the box too. Alright. Kind of like what we just saw. We got that spiral. So I'm going to demonstrate the spiral right now. So it goes right from about here and curls in on the canvas like so. Or you could see it like how this one is. Same thing. It kind of curls into one main focal point, so I'm going to go and try and mimic that. Just like there. I'm going to put our fairy right here. Alright. And then let's go and just get our... Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Let me get a new layer. Alright, so let's say that we got a tree over here. Say trees right here. It's like behind, we're looking like behind the tree, and then you could go and get like a little bit of like a little something or other over here. But I'm gonna go and get a hill. She's gonna be, let's say she's standing on a hill. And it kind of just cuts off. It's like a little tiny cliff. And then after that, we got our background. Let's say that there's a little bit of a valley, a little bit of a river, but even some grass. Just like that grass that was demonstrated over there, we'll go and try and mimic that. A little bit of, you could say there's a path going right past it. And a little bit of hills in the background. Let's go and put it like a bush over here. And a little extra tree. Just kind of just throwing things together. This is kind of like, because here's how it goes, right? I'm going into this with no idea. And then I just kind of just will it into existence. Or just like, you know, if I throw something right here, I throw something right there. It's kind of like throwing something at a wall and seeing what sticks. But you have a guide to work off of. So we could go and say there's like, for example, maybe like some rocks on the path. Or maybe this could be a creek for all we know, and then it just leads up that way. But something like this. Let's go and just complete this. No. Let's go and remove that. Let's keep the sky clear. Keep the sky clear. Put a mountain over there, though. Always pay attention to your horizon. There we go. And then we remove this. Should be able to go and still see the fact that there is a bit of a spiral going on. It's not a strong spiral, but you can see where it leads. And you could definitely tell it's like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be looking over here. My focus is over here. Even though this background is very crude, it's very rough, but it gets the idea through, and then you could come back through and actually make corrections on it in order to make it look nice. Much like a frame, backgrounds also have, or should I say, much like character framing, Backgrounds also have character framing, so always pay attention to that. Everything works better if there is framing and some pre-gesture drawing in order to go and get the idea out of your mind and onto the canvas faster. That way the idea is not lost. Now let's go and take a look at some other ideas. So we also got the diagonal landscape. Diagonal landscape, very much explanational. It's where you just got a big slash going through, and it doesn't have to particularly be a mountain. It could even be, for example, houses. Let's say that we have some houses. Let's get some houses, some rooftops. So let's go and say, let's see, I want to get new in here, new in there, get red on. Let's get some red on here. All right, let's get our blue. Let's do a big slash straight through the canvas. All right. Let's see, first off, I'm going to go and do a little bit right here. Because our slash is going, let's say that our slash is like a roof or something like that. And then we could do another slash that just kind of creates another building, like so. And then you could have like another building over here, but it has to go and follow the crossing line. There we go. And then if you want to go and have like a focus point on a character, where would we go and put the character? Well, obviously, our viewpoint is kind of slashed in half. So it's kind of like a question, like, where does our character go in that case? Well, we could still go back to rule of thirds up above. And then let's go and add in, let's go, what color do I have? Green lines? Let's go and add some green lines. Because we can still separate this into rule of thirds. This can go back. We can actually cross these things together in a way. So I did this. Here you go right here. And then still go like so. And you see on how it cuts right through. Just like up here, cuts right through. And then you could go and figure out where to go and place your character afterwards. And I could say that I want to go and place my character right here. So let's go and just grab our Tipsy. Grab our fairy. I'm going to duplicate this fairy today. Fairy has been duplicated. Place her over here. But I could also place her up here. Granted, she would be in like a different pose or something like that. Or maybe like sitting on the rooftop. But generally, this is what you would want to go for in concept. Alright. Now that... Let's see, what else do we have here? We still have our more complicated ones. So, pyramid, S-curve, and L-shape. These are all forms of perspective. Perspective being defined as example in line and distance. Easiest way to go and do, what do you say? Let's go and combine all, I don't want to combine all three. I want to just do one at a time. I think it'd be easier for you guys if I just do it one at a time. So first things first, triangle perspective. Legitimately, it's just the idea of just taking two lines and bringing it to a vanishing point. Does not have to go and be a horizon in general. Kind of like on how inside this image is demonstrated as a mountain. Now, that is because the vanishing point is up here. It crosses over, and you could put a horizon up there, but obviously the horizon's down at the bottom because obviously it's a mountain. But the view angle is to go and just see the entire mountain. This is kind of like trying to go and get the big picture in mind. Bam, bam, bam. You get your mountain. But then after that, you could also lower them. Go down. And then go down. And then go down, down. And now we can start doing other things like, for example, bringing it up. Let's go and do the other way around. So we got that. We had a mountain. But now let's go and say that we were doing like the corner of a building. Corner of a building. Simple. Simple, easy, and rustic. Everyone's probably done this before inside their art class. Let's just go and add like an awning or something like that. I'm going to do a little bit like isometric view. Alright. Okay, and then let's just go and do... Let's just make another like square top building over here. Little window. But generally that would be your isometric view, but also a form of simple vanishing point perspective that is utilized just like how that mountain is. This is also triangle perspective where you could still see the triangle being used. I don't know why I decided to go and say the triangular, but still, you still see it being used in a way. It's just that this one's upside down. As well as also, just a little bit simple perspective. Now, obviously there are other things such as rivers, or S shape. This can be a path, this could be a road, it could be a railway track, it could even be a hedge line. Practically anything that just creates a view of going left and right. This one is L shape, where you have just something right here on one side, where it be left or right, casting a long ways in order to go and form a more distance, wider landscape. Is it recommended to start with the characters first? You can draw the background first, or you can draw the background first. Now, I decided to draw the character first to go and save time. Now, when it comes to drawing a background, surely what you would want to go and do is draw the character last, or with your composition. What I'm getting to is, like, for example, let's use these roofs. These roofs right here. So, for example, let's go and do this. So, if I were to go and do these roofs, let's go and remove our wondrous and colorful framing. Actually, we'll fade it. There we go. Lock it. So what I would want to go and do, for example, if I were to go and do a character that fits in the background, this was just simply the original drawing of that Tipsy was the whole point of just placing your character, just placing it in there, simply placing it. But to get a little bit more complex, to actually go and make the character work in the background, we could do it like this. Though I can recommend that. It is very recommended. It is recommended to start with the background first, and then the character second, and then you can do all the details. But, in fact, I should show you some examples I've done. But first, I'll just show you this. So let me go and let's go and get our character here. I'm going to go and have her sit on the roof. Get the bottom torso, upper torso. Come on, get them legs on there. Or actually, wait. So typically what you would want to do is kind of see how I had this placeholder character. Whole purpose of it was just to go and get you guys a visualization. Now, obviously I'm not saying that you draw the character first and then slap it into the background. It is highly recommended that you get your background down first, because then it'll help you with placing your characters afterwards. Alright. OMG, tipsy? Yes. Oh, gotta go and get my stretches on very quick. Okay. So, go and draw another one over here. Say that this character is standing. Standing, hands, arms crossed. Something like that. Wings on there. And also got to fit a little bit of depth in there. Depth is very much just like shrinking the character. And just like that. Shrink it based on how far away the character might be. Alright, there you go. Let's see. What you drawing today, Jojo? Today we are learning. We are learning about simple backgrounds. Right now we're just going down through the basics. Just the simple basics. We're eventually going to end it on just doing an actual background. But for right now, I'm just explaining the basics. So let's go and do a quick focus on these two. So obviously, S-shaped background, kind of self-explanatory. It's just an S, and then you can put something in it. Let's just say that, let's get our red square back up in here. Red square, where are you at? Actually, where are you? Okay, I need to throw you in a box. You need to get in the box. Normally, I like just cutting straight to it, but the reason why I'm explaining this today is because these concepts are kind of just needed in order to go and just get the basics down. Once you memorize them, then pretty much all you just need to just do is just quickly think about them, and then you could just whip up a background pretty quickly. So let's just say we have like a little ledge right here, a little ledge over here, and a ledge over here. I'm just going to just throw this together. We're just going to get our S curve up in here. You do multiple S's as well. It's just like that. Wait, I'm going back. Let me go back. You get multiple S's. Actually, we'll even have it with perspective and have it fade. There we go. All right. Make this black. Say like this. Have a little horizon. Have the ocean or something like that, and then have it be like a river. River, just kind of cutting through a valley. There's no character placement on this one, but it's getting a little inlet, a little outlet, a little in and out. There we go. And you can just draw like little tiny areas where like forests would be. And then even still, if you want to place your character, you still can, even inside something like this. Like, for example, we're really high up in the sky, if you think about it, from where we're standing. But, if I want, so say, a Tipsy inside this image, all I need to do is do this. I'm going to fade this out a little bit. Let's fade it slightly. We can visualize our character. And I just go and draw right here. Get like the back of the character. Something like this. And then you just move her around. Because what you're doing is that you still have that S focus, and where it ends, I want it to be looking over here. In fact, if I want to, I can still put the sun over here, and thus, once again, it falls back into this. Rule of thirds. Rule of thirds is very powerful. That's one thing you always need to go and think about. Rule of thirds is extremely powerful when it comes to just simple visualization of a background. If you can get down rule of thirds by just simply cutting up the canvas into just these 9 sections, you're pretty much good to go. You're pretty much good to go for all the other concepts to go and work on. Granted, you're not going to be good at first, but this will help you, I would say, significantly. Because obviously we're all here to go and draw funny characters. And the best way to go and draw your funny characters and give them a little bit of depth, just throw them into a world, throw them into a background. But, let's see, what else do we got? Got that L perspective. So here's how you do that one. Let's go and do that one very quick. This one's very easy. I'll just mimic that one. We'll just mimic these ones. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and do like this. So, L perspective. Now this one, they use a tree. I'll use a torii gate. We'll use like the Hikari shrine gate. All right, that's the bottom. Okay. Let's say right here. Because obviously a tree is a singular object. A torii gate is not a singular object. It's connected to things. So that means that we can go and just simply add on the full torii gate. So you can tell that it's a torii gate. And then all you need to do is just draw your character right next to it. Let's say this is a Reimu today. Get her bow on. And we need her Gohei. Gohei! Right over here. There we go. There we go. Gohei. And then after that, we could go and say, what if we want our character over here? Well, we can always put this character, so say, over here. All we need to do is just, once again, do a little something, something. Visualize it. Okay. You got our roll of thirds. And then we'll say it's a Marisa. Go. But generally, when it comes to the L perspective, what all it's trying to do is just say that the weight of the image is more on this side more than it is on that side. So generally, it's telling you for your eyeballs, your big ass eyeballs, to go and look over here. Hence, that is L perspective. And that practically covers for all the most simplest builds. But the one that you need to go and focus on the most is this. Not the background, but the 3-point perspective. Because this is the building blocks of all, I would say a majority of backgrounds. But now that we're done taking a look at these simple constructions of backgrounds, let's take a look at some actual complete backgrounds, shall we? So I'll show you some made by me and then made by a professional artist. But also another thing to go and explain very quick. There are two forms when it comes to doing backgrounds. There is organic shape, and then there's rigid / inorganic shape. Organic shape is practically defined here. You got nature all around you forming the basis of the background. And now you can combine both. You can have nature and inorganic. So nature and inorganic both inside the same background. Sometimes, but I'm just saying that there are two different forms that you could go off. So this is an example of natural, and this is an example of unnatural or inorganic. And then if I want to go and say combine both, I could go and say over here, let's go and combine a natural and inorganic, because this is a very organic, because obviously a big horizon is going to be considered organic. Now, let's say that there is a city over here. We can go and say that is over here is like a town of some kind. So you would go and first off create like inorganic shapes like squares. Squares, what do you say? Squares and triangles are typically inorganic shapes. And rows, certain types of angles, sharp angles, sharp. This is not the best example. Just draw some squares over there. Just go and get a feeling of that is like a town. So that way you could go and focus on it. It's something that's standing out. You got the sun hanging over it. But so now let's go and take a look at some natural backgrounds first. And then we'll go and take a look at some inorganic backgrounds. So let's go and take a look at a natural background first. So this is a very simple point perspective background, and we'll go and cut them out too. We'll go and cut up these backgrounds. So let me go and load this one in. So this is a background that I made in the past for a commission. I'll go and show you what the completed commission is in a couple of seconds. Here, let me just go and pull it up. Where is it at? Gotta find it. There it is. So here's the completed background with the characters placed right here in the center. So you got our characters placed in the center, as well as also, once again, following the principles, you can see the lines of where they lay. But let's go and take a look at this one. So this is a very, very simple background. I'm sure that you guys can probably do as well. Granted, I used some special brushes in order to go and form like the bushes. And I did a little method in order to go and form the bamboo. But let's go and take a look at this. I'm gonna go and get my handy dandy tools out. What do you say? Handy dandy vector layer? I think that's right. But let's go and take a look at this. So, how do you choose or design backgrounds so they reinforce the story/emotion? I get composition stuff somewhat. All right, so how do you choose design backgrounds to reinforce story and emotion? I can go and demonstrate it to you in a way that's similar to what I was just showing you earlier. A lot of it has to deal with character focus and a little bit of perspective. For example, inside this image, let's go and bring the full image. Let's go and bring the full composition with the characters in it. Do not save. I want to go and bring up this version. So, for example, this one, very simple, and it's just like, there's not much emotion being conveyed inside this image, but you can tell that it's just a very simple image made to go and display the characters. Because what's going on in here, there's a little something extra. Even though, if we disassemble it and we just go and take a look at the lines themselves, you can see that there's a perspective line. Perspective line, horizon line, that cuts off right there. But also, you see on how the bamboo is going, goes like this, goes like that, and then you could see something else forming even at the feet. Wait for it. Circle. You got a circle. This is what is called circle focus, but also based on a perspective. So you got perspective, circle focus, and a little bit of organizing lines in order to go and curl into the character. Now, granted, this is a very easy way to go and have like a background reinforce a character. Now, we could always say just like, if I were to go and decompose this, or decomp it. Let's go and do a fill. What kind of name is Tipsy Feet 60? I don't know. I don't question it. I just see it. I don't question it. I move on. Looks like a pentagram. Kind of does, but it's not really. This is just how, what do you say, the formation lines on how to go and get the view of the characters in perspective. Now, going back to this, so we got our characters here. Let's go and get character A and character B. And so say we want to have our character, what do you say? Have our characters just be displayed. I just want to go and redo the line work very quick in order to go and give you an example of what you were just asking earlier. How to do it more, how to convey more emotion. Essentially, all you need to do is really work the background, the shape of the nature around the character. So for example, if I want to go and do it more, I could have curled the bamboo in more, like have it weave over their heads in order to really like convey like a feeling of like closeness in a sense. But also still have open sky where you could visualize it. Just move the horizon down slightly. Something like that. Granted, I'm having it's a little hard to explain. Let's see. Choose or design backgrounds so they reinforce character story motion. Oh wait. So here's another one. I could go and bring up to you. Let me go in my desktop. And go my new folder, my folder. This one right here. This one will help you out the most. So I gotta let it load. It's a very big, large image. So here is what do you say? Character design background thingamabob. How do you choose character or design background so they reinforce a story / emotion? So what I did on this one, these two characters, it's Reimu and Marissa. When I drew this image, they're riding up a waterfall. So the best way to go and gain a feeling of action is to go and do streaks on the water. And let's go and take this image apart. Let's go and new layer, fill. Bring that down. Hit a fade on that. All right, it's going to lock you. And what we're going to take a look at here is seeing on how I did it. So first things first, we obviously got our waterfall. I'm going to go and expand size my line work here so we can see our lines. So we got this big swerve, and then we got our character. Character A, which is demonstrated by a triangle that is going in a forward motion. And character B, which is going in a slightly backwards motion, but still pointing forwards. And then after that, we also got the feeling of moving forward, which is the reason why I lean them forward. So they're leaned forward even still. Also with the character posing, you can see on how they are working along with the background. Because when I drew this image, I drew the background first. Obviously, drew the background first just to go and get the framework of the character in next. And after that, I drew the full background, which you see up here. And then after that, I worked my way all the way up to the characters. Now, obviously, once you get a full background draft done, you can pretty much start anywhere and then go back and forth across the canvas. You don't have to go and particularly focus on one area the entire time. You could focus here, and then you could go and work over here, and then you could go and work over here, and you could go and work over here. It's very much just like a little bit of a smorgasbord once you get the hang of drawing large backgrounds. And let's go and even we could probably take a look. No, I don't think I want to go and open up the file because this file is massive. This image is 16,000 by 9,000. I don't think it'd be a good idea to go and open it. Let me check and see if I have any draft images of it, though. 14. Little 14. No, not there. Com. I need to go com. Let me see if I have any draft images of it. Doesn't look like I do, but I do see some draft images of another image that I could probably show you. Yeah, here we go. All right, so this one, very good example. Also, we could also take a look at details that are hidden inside. You could see the fact that not only did I just put focus on the characters, but I did put focus on the background in general because there's supposed to be a lot of detail. So I did things like draw little buildings here and there. Do some framework, trees, very simple trees. Didn't put too high detail on them or anything like that. But you could even see as this image is standing, the 3-point perspective still works and can still be applied to it. Let's go and make this pink. You go and still see it being set up like so. And then even up here, you even still got an S shape going on where it's goes, but this is like a very sharp one. Almost like that. It's a combination of everything. This guy does live streams. Yeah, I do. I'm doing right now. Please, I need this. Hey, can you say my name, please? Island Panda. Okay. Let's see. Anything else on this one? Or I think other than that, that covers this image. But let's go on to another image. This one I do have a draft for. So I'll show you the complete image. Let's go and bring in this one. So this one is a little bit more of a complicated image. It's a little bit condensed because there's a lot going on. This isn't the best background image. I'll tell you that. It's not the best background image, but it gets the point through. You can see what's going on. Let's see. Will you do a stream where you're teaching character anatomy at some point? I probably can. Yeah. But for right now, let's continue on with our background work. Oh, I think I get it. Like the waterfall streaks makes you feel chaotic. Yes. So here we go. As you can see, let's go and decomp this. Let me go and hit a fill. I'm just going to hit a fill this time. There we go. Oh, wait, that's green. Why are you green? Do not be green. All right, so let's go and grab blue. So this one is technically a slash. This is a slash and a perspective, so it's a combination of both. You practically just line them up in the way. Let's go with this line work. That one. And then you go straight through. Let's go straight through like that. And then you got our main focus over here. Bringing back in that 3-point perspective. We just go and see it as so. And it kind of meets up. Not entirely. I still be paying attention with this stream. Well, good to know. You do? Because I don't. Oh, okay. Let's continue. So, obviously you can see when I was constructing this one, I needed a focus on Reimu. So I placed Reimu. I put her very big in the forefront. And there's also a little bit of motion. You can see the motion going on right here is for what someone was asking earlier. Character is obviously doing a turnaround motion. That's demonstrated through the hair, through the mouth, and even through the hands. And especially the motion going in the background is legitimately the big freaking Master Spark laser that's coming right her way. But now let's go and take a look back at it into its forming frame. So let's go and see what it looks like in its frame, because I have it. I managed to go and save that. So we could go right here. Let me see. This one. This is the one that I used. So we go on this, open it up, and you could see on how I depicted everything. So the laser is practically coming right at Reimu. It's about to go and hit her. So I decided to go and clearly, as you can see, I used just a gigantic circle. Just giant circle to go and demonstrate. Wait a second. Hold it. What is this? I don't know what that is. I got a message. I don't know what it was. I need to put my computer audio to 100 just to hear you to some extent. I don't think I'm that quiet, but if I'm too quiet, then I'm not sure if I can help that one because my volume is currently at max. So, let's see here. So other things that I did inside this, you could already see once again 3-point perspective. Character placement, even character emotion, and generally the background is kind of just a back set for the characters to go and be sat inside this one. Let me go back. Let's go and do a loop on this. There we go. All right. Do not save. Close out, do not save. All right. And let me go and see what else here. Let's go and take a look at the other example that I had today. The other example I have today is an actual professional artist. Actual professional artist as in a real guy. Like a real guy that does real professional art. Historically. So we'll go and take a look at 2 images and we'll go and dissect them. So first image I'm going to bring up right over here. This is art made by Harles Schiller. He's an American artist. He's a very well known for like inspiration for industrial design. So you can see on how the inorganic design and shapes fill out the canvas and create the form. Granted, these are like the more boring stuff in society that we all know about. Factories, I like looking at factories. So did Schiller. But he used it in a way to go and visually study the world around him and used it to go and fill out his canvas. Let me go and show you as well as how he would go and do his canvas work. And you could see it in view. You could obviously see the line work and view perspective what he wanted to do. First off, let's go and do the separation into the 3/4. Oh, I need a smaller pen. Go like this. 1, 2. But then after that, we go and fade that out. And then we go and let's grab this pink color. And you can first thing see right off to the side. Let's go and make it a little thicker. Off to the side right there. And then you got a crossover right here. Crossover right there. Almost as if everything is in like a hatching pattern. And you got that big line perspective. That's very similar to this L-shape. Was it not L-shape? Diagonal perspective combined with the rule thirds. As well as also triangular. But also he has like this little tiny throw off with this pipe that's going this way. As well as also a little bit of extra line work going down here in the bottom that runs along in between these two. But another piece of line work going right up there. And if we remove all this, if we go and remove all this art, we get this. And you could go and see on how the lines exist to go and guide the eyes. Because you start out obviously looking in the full picture. You just start looking at the center. But where does your eyes follow? They start going up this way, or they go down this way. And then they could go down further, or they could catch the pipe and go up this way. Or they could keep on going up and up and up this way. Practically until you get a full visual perspective of the drawing. As not flary and interesting as the art may be, where the interest of the art comes from is how the shapes are arranged. Let me go on to another work of his. This will be the last one I just go and show you guys. This one. This is just a straight up landscape. And it's very flat, very simple, and practically all it is just an ensemble of shapes, probably made with masking tape. And let me go and hit my fill layer. There we go. And then we could just go just straight up like this. This is something a little bit different. You see all the lines I did? There's another name for this type of perspective. And it's called lines and patterns. This is another form of the, what is it? Extras. What do you say? Extras? Extra explanations of our, what do you say, guide point perspectives? Composition examples. Rule thirds, phi grid, symmetry, Fibonacci spiral. That's what it's called, Fibonacci. Golden triangles, vanishing points, depth of frame, circle perspective, landscape depth, lead-in lines, and lines and patterns. combine all these together in order to go and get a wondrous landscape, similar to this one right here, where you do get the lines and patterns at work. You get a little bit of perspective at work, demonstrating depth. You got a little bit of, what do you say? A little bit of symmetry. A little bit of symmetry. And a little bit of leading line. Not too much leading line, but you can see it once I point it out. And it goes kind of like this. It's very sharp. Leading line. Leading line. And then keeps on going, even lower. Oh yeah, also, Cirque, if you are wondering, Harl Schiller is the artist that inspired the art style for Team Fortress 2. So it's that in a combination of Norman Rockwell. Now, going back to this kind of stuff, this kind of formation of background. These are just to go and get you your mind jogging, showing you the shape, showing you the ideas, showing you the concepts. But now let's go into the actual work. I know, we're finally getting into the actual work of background work. So let's go and we're going to use the same canvas. And I'm just going to throw these all in the bin. They're all just going to go in there. We're going to keep our tipsy out though. So we got our tippers right here. I'm going to go and expand this. I'm going to change canvas size. Squeeze it down a little bit. Alright, so now that we explained how to go and form a background, let's go and give our tipsy an actual background, shall we? So, let's see. Do the backgrounds have to follow the examples you put up, or can you make up your own shape? Now, you can, in a way, make up your own shape. But when it comes to making up your own shape, that's when it falls into either avant-garde or, no, not really avant-garde. Perspective generally is where you can form your own shapes. A wild tippers appears, yes. I need to put my hearing extent. Unyu. A wild tipsy. All right, a wild tipsy appears. Okay, so let me go and take a sip of my coffee very quick. The general background, we're going to go off of our, using all of our rules that we just learned. And we're going to go and form a background using the character. We're just going to go and create a background with the character in it. So first things first, obviously sketching up a frame is going to be important. Let's go and get we got our tipsy. I'm going to lock her in, I'm going to fade her out, I'm going to lock her in place. So I want her standing, so say right here. And what I want to go and use, let's say I want to go and use combination of a vanishing point with a little bit of leading lines and a little bit of, so say, let's go and try and see if we get a Fibonacci spiral in there. Well, let's get a little bit of everything, shall we? Obviously, rule of thirds is always going to be important. Let's go and imagine our rule of thirds up on our canvas. Let's go quickly. Just like that. Now next, I want my spiral. So our focus is going to be right here. Gonna go right there, go up and around. There we go. Touhou, yes. All right. Let's say, all right, now we could do this, or could you do mountains? So working this is going to be a little difficult. You know, give myself a challenge. All right, so let's say, first off, we need something around over here, and then something that leads up over there. Let me see. And then something over here. Let's say she's standing outside on a cliff side. That means I might need to move her up slightly. Shrink her down. Shrink that fairy. And one of the major things about the spiral, it can be difficult to use if you don't do it right. I know that. So we want to just go up and around. Maybe, wait. Maybe not. Wait. I'll go back. Go back. Get rid of that. Let's see if I'm going to go and do something like this. Go with trees. Ow. Ooh. What is it? When can I find your full drawings? I don't think I've ever seen you post them on YouTube. I do post them on YouTube. I just normally forget to post them. My apologies on that one. All right. Just gotta go and do a little bit of locking in here. You get that spiral back on here. So say, well, that would mean that would be something on top. But wait, I probably do have the sky. Oh, yeah. So let's just say that she's standing right here on a little ledge. A little ledge, right there. All right, that leads down. Say goes up. Go up. Carry it. It's not going to be much sky to show, but it could just be just like looking down, and then there could be something to focus down here. Little trees. Say that these are trees. And these are very crude. I'm just showing you guys how to go and work with like something complex like this. And then we'll move down to simple. I should probably be doing something a lot more simple, but I decided to go and do something rather complex. My apologies on that one. There we go. I'm going to say it leads down to a little valley or something. Maybe it's like the way that leads down the former hell or something. Let's put a rock down here. Maybe say it's like rather far down. Put some trees down here. Little smaller trees. Almost like she's standing in the corner of a valley. I think that works more. Say there's a little waterfall or something that's going over here, leading down. Say it's going right down there. Into the trees. Nah, we don't want to go into the trees. Probably should get rid of those trees. A couple of them. Let's just move them or something like that. There we go. Now I can put some different trees over here. And then we remove our spiral, move our grid. You can kind of see where our spiral is still there, and you can kind of see where our character is, and you got some leading lines leading down. It makes you look at the valley, and it also makes you look at the character. And our character doesn't have to particularly be facing in this direction. I just decided to go and make her look like that, so it makes it easier to go and place her in a general view. Now, let's go back. Let's go and get rid of this background. We'll go and do our character again. But we're not actually like, I think it's time that we'll go and leave this tipsy behind. We'll leave this tipsy behind. And I'll go and turn the question to you guys very quick as to what you guys want to see in a background. Now I think about it. It'd probably be a good idea to go and ask you guys. Because I think now, because like I said, there isn't really much to explain on doing simple backgrounds. Obviously, there's a lot to go and ask about doing complex backgrounds. This is very much just a crash course, and I'm trying to do it in the most simplistic way possible. Hopefully, what do you say? Hopefully, I'm making it understandable for you guys to go and digest the information. Granted, it's been a while since I've done an education stream, and if you guys have to ask any questions, please do. Please do. In fact, if you guys want to see me draw any particular assets, I'm willing to do that right now. So, for example, rocks, trees, grass, those simple things that can go and form a background. Those are the things that I can probably do right now. But generally, for right now, I'm up for asking some questions and answering some questions. You know, coming around, kicking some teeth, asking for questions, getting some answers. I'm going around for some answers. Yeah, look at a little bit of stretch. There we go. So feel free to ask away in the meantime. Getting my stretches on. I don't know why I had a sudden cramp. There we go. Much better. If not, if you guys don't have any more questions, I guess we're gonna do a drawing request. There's always that too. But in the meantime, here, what I'm gonna do is that we'll go and do we'll do a super simple background. I'll do a super simple background. I'll include these elements into it. What do you say? Requirements? Requirements. Oh my god, why is this stabilization turned down? Rock. Tree. House. Or, yeah, house. There we go. Rock, tree, house. These are required. I need those. All right. Or maybe some kind of building. Some kind of building. Wall. We'll say a wall. Wall should be easier. Just a wall. There. No. We gotta go balls to the walls. House. Make it a house. Put a house in there. So it's kind of like the standard children's drawing of the house and the tree and the rock. I decided to add a rock in there, but here we go. So I'm just going to put this aside. I'm going to lock this. And then we'll put our character in there too. But it'll be a different tipsy. So first things first, I just want to get my visualization down for where I want to put everything at. So first things first, I want to just go and start out with what I want to focus on. Let me see. I want to focus over here. Or maybe I could go downwards. We'll go like from a higher perspective. But then again, I guess maybe I should make it so you guys can follow along. I'll do it so you guys can follow along. We'll make it easier. Something like this. Simple shapes, simple cube. Just do a simple cube. Put a triangle on it. Kind of like that one drawing that we did earlier. I think it was, not that one. This one right over here. We're going to take this image and we're going to go and actually spruce it up. I think so. I think that'll work. Alright. So we got our house right here. Make our house a little larger. I'm gonna put it right around over here. Put our tree over here. Tree can be whatever shape it wants. Might be a little bit on the wider end. Then again, that's why I'm using Clip Studio Paint today, so I can make things a little faster. You also get to see on how I draw trees. There we go. Let's get the base shape of the tree down. Make the house a little larger. I'm going to shrink things in more, though, so we get more of a focus. Let's do 1920, 1080, and then bring it up to scale. Right about there. Place the trees so it's behind the house just a little bit. There we go. Put a horizon. We need a little bit more sky. Need a little bit more sky, I feel. Lower that slightly. Increase the size of that tree. And just get a little hilly background, maybe with a mountain in the background. Following those rule thirds. Say, going off like this. Pick up the roof of the house. Go a little bit lower. We want to see the top of it slightly. Next. See, let's add some extra shapes to it. So we're doing a little bit of work of like inorganic and organic, but let's go and also add like a little path going by the house. Just like so. Put a front porch on it, just like I did last time. Put a little side thing on it. Put our front door on. Go and expand this background because I feel it's a little flat. It feels a little flat. Feels like it needs a little bit more depth. Add some more mountains. Lead it into the horizon. You even have the path do an S curve that leads into those mountains. indicating a little bit of like a form of perspective. Because, granted, this is not the most complex form of perspective, but it does demonstrate horizon and vanishing point. Because we do have the lines going straight up into the background. We have our diagonal lines coming up on top. I want to go and make sure that the focus does go this way, but I want our main, main character of this image being the little house, and then maybe a secondary character being the tree on the side, which I might need to go and move. Here, I might need to go and move that tree. That's erasing the tree. I want to erase the tree. Let's grab you. Granted, it's not like we're not doing like 100% like Touhou focus today. I know, it's sad, it sucks, but sometimes not, in order to go and get those nice looking Touhou characters visualized into a world, sometimes you do need to go and focus on things that are not related to character design. I'm gonna go and try and work this tree. You know, I think if I combine, I'm going to combine the tree with the house. There we go. We can put it on this side. Then we get add L perspective onto it. And then I could put some bushes out over here instead. Get some more bushes. Do a little something like that. Right over here in the foreground, we can put another bush over here. Yeah, that'll work. Put some more, and then we can put a tree over here. Another tree. Just going over the back of the hill. Now we need that rock. Put some rock right over here. So say just put a boulder. Not one that Cerno's going to lift today, but just a boulder. Maybe a secondary rock. Put a little wall going along the path. And then one last thing I want to do is that we want to go and put our character in. We'll go and put our tipsy character over here. Our secret tipper is going to go over here. Granted, she's going to be very tiny, but that's just all about... The main focus is backgrounds today. Man, that's a horrible looking tipper. Yeah, man. There we go. There we go. That'll be good enough for a character placement. But generally, what we got right here, this will be just a full layout for... Or maybe I could put the character over here too. Well, anyways, let's get started on this, shall we? We have some time. Or actually, wait, maybe I can sneak in. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Let me go back to that tipsy. Where is that tipsy frame? I think it's... This is the frame? No, this is the frame right here. Enlarge, enhance. There we go. Just gonna grab her. The tips. Yes, we're gonna put We're gonna put a tipster over here. There we go. We can put her right there on that porch. She'll be a little bit tall, but I can probably make her smaller or larger. I think making her smaller. As small as she can get. All right, let's get started on this. So all I want to do, I want to just hit this with a wash. We're going to just get the sky. Get the sky in here. Let's get a gradient. No, not a gradient. New layer. New layer. Fill. Get a fill. I want it to be nice, clear sky today. All right. And then after that, let's go and get our mountains first. Okay. Just going to get, let's say, mountains tend to go and fade into the background, make a little bit of like a purplish, even during the day. I can always change the color too. I'm going to fade this even more. I'll put this layer over right now so I can see what I'm drawing. Okay, fill that. Flashbang, go! Oh, too much flashbang. We have an open spot? We do. We do, of course we do. There we go. Flashbang! No? No, come on, come on! Come on, there we go, okay. Let's bring this back down. Alright, so now, it looks a little bit too nighttime-y. I'm gonna go and change the color on that. Tonal correction, hue saturation. Need more green. More green. Blue mountains during the day. Make it more green. More green. Darker. There we go. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. All right. So next. So obviously you see how I'm getting started on this background. I'm starting from the very back. I'm starting from the horizon, which is going to be the mountain range in the background. All right. And I'm going to just start pushing forward slowly but surely. I'm going to go with a darker green. You could kind of see my my color selection being right there. All right. So I want to go and make a new layer. It's going to hook it onto that. It's going to make this into its ball box on the folder. Maybe I want to no, let me make it hang on the top. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I love your drawing style. Thank you. By the way, on how I'm going to be doing this background, I'm not going to be doing any high detail. I'm only doing simple details. So the most that I'm going to be doing for coloring is going to be, what do you say, a combination of singular colors. Singular colors being at most two. At most two. So for these mountains, most of these mountains are just going to be solid colors leading into the distance. So you're going to see as I keep on going, I just need a mountain this color until it work. And also that's another thing about coloring, right? You kind of just work it until it feels right. I want like a warm but also cool at the same time. It's like about there. All right, so that means now I can lead it into the background. This will be under it, so let's make this more bluish. More bluish. A little darker. The reason why I'm making it so simple, why I'm trying to go and make it simple, I should say, is so that you guys can also replicate and try to go and make your own backgrounds as well. And they don't have to be like this big grandiose looking background. It could be something simple like the inside of a house. In fact, I could show you like an indoor background as well. Or I could just show you something even more simplistic right afterwards. Like here's an example of an indoor background, as you can see right here. Just very simple, still doing rule of thirds. But this is more like a pinpoint perspective. You got like the big filled. There's not much. There's not even anything in the back. You can barely see what's even in the background. You see a couple of trees, but that's pretty much it. Pretty much it for that background. Or even this one as well. This one, there isn't even objects in the background. This is very much just focusing on the character and just placing the character in there. This is just called a color wash background. And if you guys don't feel like doing, like, so say nature or background house objects, focusing on organic and inorganic, it just weighs you down. You could always do something like this. Always do something like this. If you feel like you're not confident in doing it, hold back, do a little bit of practice, and then try again. But you could always there's always a way around. If you just don't care about doing backgrounds, you can always do something like this to go and fill in an image, just so your character doesn't look like it's just like singled out on itself. Unless you're doing like a character construction sheet or something like that, then maybe. Or actually, I should show you some other backgrounds. While we're working on this, we're just going to take a quick break from it just to show you some examples of backgrounds that do not need that much detail. This is one. This is another one right here. All it is, big red circle sitting on top of a mountain with some colors going up in a gradient. Very simple, very easy. You can do it. I can do it. Cute, moo, tipsy, very much. Lurking, going to bed, happy tippy noises, nice. Let me see another one. I'll show you one more, and then we'll hop back into our wondrous background that we're going to be making today. Let's see. This one right here. You load it in. All right, so this one, very simple. All it is just two circles with gradient. It doesn't have to be like this fancy gradient that I constructed myself. I used some special brushes to go and make it, but you guys just use a regular old gradient inside, inside Clip Studio, Photoshop, Krita, or even on an actual paint canvas. You can even do it in MS Paint too, technically. So all this is just two circles that just kind of fade. And there you go. That's a simple background. These are just backgrounds if you don't want to go and draw a background. There's even like incomplete backgrounds. Like for example, this one. This is where it's just the main focus is just the character and not like the entire background. I'll show you this one. Just gotta let it load. And you can see right here, it's very much just a character sitting on the little tiny carpet, and you got some rocks in the background, and that's pretty much it. There's no like horizon or anything like that. It's very much just the main focus is just the character and a little bit of nature. So practically, it's just a big ass circle. That's how you see it. Showing that, Mr. Jotun, I fell asleep. Oh no. Well, make sure not to fall asleep during class, I'll tell you that. But as for examples, you do not need to have overtly complex backgrounds. I'm just showing the fact that this is how you go and just do like simple nature background. So it's essentially, I taught you the basics. Now it's like kind of time to go and put it to work in a sense. You go and bring this up a little bit brighter. Let's go back to this. Maybe darker? Go darker. It's a big nature scene, shall we? Trees can be kind of dark. More green. just do some little bumps, little rough bumps demonstrating the line of the trees. And they're going to get a little bit more defined as we go up every single time. But I'm going to keep it cartoonish, though. There we go. Okay, let's go and hit another one. Change the color again. Let's go a little deeper, a little greener. Let's go like kind of like on how like when you do like the ruffles on the skirt. That's how I'm thinking about when I'm doing the trees. Something similar in that light. I might want to flip these colors around though. Oh, are you faded? No. Okay. Let's go and flip that around. Let's go and do it on that one. It's a little bit dark. A little on the darker side. Let me go and brighten that up more. Where did that color even come from? Maybe that was an accidentally selected color. There we go. That'll do me fine. Alright, let's go and make another layer. And by the way, what I'm doing, this is what I mean about why I primarily draw in MS Paint. Is because I do so many layers. I like to do so many layers when I'm drawing in Clip Studio. Hit that. It's almost like evergreens I'm drawing. Cedars, maybe. Alright. Fill in right there. And I could always change the colors of these two. I'm a layer addict, yeah. I like my layers. I like my layers, but I also don't like my layers at the same time. What do you say? It's a complicated relationship. Alright, let's go a little bit more detailed. Go right about here. A little bit greener. Starting up from about here. And I'm not doing like I said, I'm not doing overt high detail. I'm just doing like the simple stuff. Simple. I'm thinking simple. I don't want to overcomplicate it. Might want to change that color more. Blends in a little bit too much. Want to stick out. Carry it from one side to the other. Just want to go and draw the trees in a way where they feel like they're covering an area where it's like kind of covering up that horizon disappearance zone. Everything just kind of wraps around. It's the best way to go and do it. When it comes to designing something that disappears into the background, do not, I mean, you can have like a straightaway that makes it disappear, but distance disappearing is not as interesting as a curve line disappearing. It's nice to make tweaks and compare the results, or have small details be separated. Don't accidentally erase them. Oh, so I don't accidentally erase them. I started telling me, I was like, that's a bit of a thinker. No, not really. But yeah, that is wise to go and do. Very wise to go and do. Alright, hit the fill on that. Alright, I'm going to go and change the color on this. Edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. I'm going to desaturate. Desaturate. Bring it up. Go. fix you in the background. That's another thing I like to go and do is like when I'm doing digital art, I love to go and just mess around with the colors. Because you could always get different colors with hue saturation. So it's like once you draw it, you can always change the color. It's not like it's going to be like a solid permanent thing. That's also a reason why I put them on different layers. Make you blue. We'll go into the background and make it more blue. More blue! Even more blue! Make it bluer! Double-D, double-D! Yeah, that'll work. That'll do me fine. I'm gonna stretch this. Rearrange the shape. There we go. Now, granted, you could also do this, not obviously what I just did, where I just stretched out the mountain, but you can also do this kind of work on a piece of paper as well. So don't think that you're just limited because you don't have like a computer. You could always do it on paper. I always recommend drawing on paper every once in a while. Do not forget on how to draw on paper. It's a horrible feeling when you forget on how to draw on paper. Horrible, horrible. All right, so let's go and draw one last row of trees. These ones are probably gonna be more detailed. I'm gonna take from this color and I'm gonna go and pump the saturation this time. A little bit more yellow. A little brighter. There we go. How does that appear on the canvas? Yeah, it could be brighter. Edit toneal, saturation, human elasticity. There we go. Actually, wait, maybe I'll take this color from the background. And then we'll switch it around, do a little bit of a switcheroo. Darker, greener, more saturation. There we go. All right, cool. Can we share our results from what we learned on your Discord server if you have one? If there is and it's public, would you have a link at the end of the YT stream or the community post if so were? Currently at the moment, I'm not sharing my Discord for the time being, just because of the fact that my Discord just this is gonna sound weird. I do not allow young people on my Discord because it's hard to go and moderate them. But I would consider it in the future. Probably when I open up a Ko-Fi or some sort of way in order to go and get proper, like, what do you say, funding, I guess, for my projects. It's hard to explain. Very hard to explain as to why I don't allow people in right now at this very moment. All right, let me continue on with this very quick. But one thing you can do is post your drawing on Twitter. If you have a Twitter, post your drawing on Twitter and @ me. I'll be sure to go and commentate on it and go and give you a response. Granted, it's no Discord. It is Twitter, but I am more likely to respond. You could even no, I wouldn't say DM it to me. No, you just post the art that you made based on this stream and just @ me. Damn, I have to wait then. Yeah. So if you do make art based on the stream, that's all you have to do. Makes it very easy. Because unfortunately for right now, until I figure out a proper way how to go and do Discord community, I'm not allowing random people off of my YouTube chat in there. For the time being. In the future, I might consider more on doing so. But for right now, I'm just holding off on it. Sorry about that. Question. In a drawing, how would you draw a crowd of people in a stadium or something? Drawing a crowd of people in a stadium is very much based on getting the shape of a person, but it doesn't particularly have to be a person. It's all about the heads. All about heads. Kind of like this, where it's like you're drawing like multiple people's heads. And you don't have to draw each and every individual person. In fact, you can always just like, well, let me show you a quick demonstration of that. Let's go and make a new layer. I'm gonna make a new layer right here. It's gonna right here. I gotta grab a brush for this because this requires a, what do you say, gouache, oil flat. This one will work. This will work. So let's say there's a bunch of people. We'll go and do it like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, and then we'll go and get some blue shirts in there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And I'm just gonna say like these people are looking this way. So say they're just looking at the house or something like that. Get some brown shirts. No, darker shirts. Gray shirts. Olive green. Do I have a... There we go, we'll go this color. There we go. Okay, and then after that you get some khaki. Start drawing heads, just like this. Connect them, make sure you're connecting them to the bodies. And then let's go and get some alternate skin cone. And then after that, we go and get some hair color in there. And this is like just like a crowd from a very, very far distance anyway, so. This is like the best way on how I could demonstrate on how to do a very, very simple crowd. This is like something, but you could do it with solid colors. I decided to do it more washed colors. Also a brush that can go manipulate, like, what do you say? Not manipulate. Can drag colors around. Let's see. I have my own small Discord community, so if you have questions about how you would want to go about, hit me up or ask me during the stream. Otherwise, do what you're comfortable with doing. True. I mean, if you have a Discord community, I mean I don't know. I don't know. Actually, I didn't really know I'd get this far. Uh-oh. Seems as if I put it on the wrong layer. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We can always redraw it. I can redraw it. Let me just go and make a new layer. Yep, put it on the wrong layer. Let me just go and make a little circle right here. Take that. Just gonna select all of this. Lock the pixels. There you go. Never fret when you have a like a mistake, because you could always fix it. Always fix it. Also, if you see on how I'm drawing these trees, They almost look like I'm drawing giant leaves. That's what I think about when I'm drawing trees. I just like, the general shape of a tree is almost like in the shape of a leaf. They like to spread out. They like to go and be like giant bushes with stack sections. You could do like stack sections. You could do practically anything with a tree. So as long as it has a circle on top and a stick coming out of the bottom. Anything on top, as long as it's not like just like this, that doesn't work too much. It's got to be like kind of following a little bit of a flow. Okay, let me bring that up. Bring you up. This is the closest that we're getting for our big tree line anyway, so maybe even leave like an opening over here. Yeah, it's linked on my YouTube page. My community isn't super active. I feel like there's mostly lurkers, but there's a few people who do conversations. All right. I'll go and see what your community is, I guess. I could take a look at it. Yeah, currently at the moment, the reason why I do not allow the young people on my Discord right now is because of the fact that we have a lot of adults on my Discord. And not the fact that we do like adult things or anything like that. It's just the fact of that it's kind of like the feeling of walking on eggshells. And it's more that Discord. If like anything, what do you say? How you put it? If you have a minor on your Discord and then something, if they come across something and they report it, that's a strike on everyone for the Discord and every single member. And we have prominent artists on there, so it's not good to go and put anyone at risk on these on a Discord. So it always makes sense to not have minors inside the community. It's not. I don't really think it's much of a controversial take, but I don't really think minors should be on Discord. That's my personal opinion. It's just a personal opinion of mine. Because a lot of the time you got these parents, the parents of these kids, they don't watch over their kids, and then they jump on to Discord, and then crazy stuff happens, and then we, as adults, that know how to take care of ourselves, have to go and suffer for the consequences of lazy parenting. So to evade that problem, we just cut out the middleman by just, well, removing the youngins off of Discord. Alright. What's this color looking like? I'm going to improve that. Hit that with a toenail correction. That's posterization, you fool. There we go. You know what? Fair point. I completely agree. Discord are not supposed to be allowed. Not supposed to be allowed on Discord. Yeah, the Discord, yeah. I'm gonna say that none of what I do is probably the best way to go about it. It's just how I did it. Seems to have worked. Gotcha. I want to pump these colors up more. There we go. I know, you just watch me, like, modify a worm, but it's a special worm. It's a special worm of special meaning. This is gonna be grass, so. Alright, just carry this up, going right up that hill. we go. Now we can fill the bottom now. Probably a little bit too intense. Let me reduce that. Now work. Kids are not allowed on Discord. I hate when I do. I can tell you through how to manage kids, because my Discord is also 18 plus only. And that's mostly because how do you determine if random user is a kid or not? Like, how do you prove that? How you prove that is that you use a front door. I use a front door and I question people, and then I go and check to see if they have any social media accounts, and I go and look through what they post and how they post, and then I just make a justification on that. That's what I do. That's what I do. All right. So let's see. So now we got here, we got our grass. We got our tree background. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to go in and I'm going to go make some dirt. Make some dirty dirt. Let's go and make it a bright dirt. Bright, chalky dirt. We can darken it up afterwards. I just want to have like a general nice bright color to go and pick out. And I can trim off the excess too when necessary. Pull that back, go right here, go right there, go down like this, and there we go. I can put the rocks on top of it. Let's see. Secret Discord, you should make TeamSpeak page for true fairy fans. That's the thing. It's just like, I know there's a lot of people that do like support the Vote Fairy campaign and whatnot, and I know that they want to go and like form like a small like community around that. It's just very hard to go and do that when it's like I got like the potential bomb running into like a what do you say? Literal child that I have to deal with. It's like, nah, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. No. Okay, how does that look? If we remove our line work, what does it look like? Oh yeah, that looks nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get a little stretch in here. There we go. TeamSpeak locked behind a paywall. Oh, wait, TeamSpeak. Oh, wait, yeah, TeamSpeak. Oh, no, thanks. Better to use Discord for right now, even though Discord kind of sucks. There's no viable competition. That's how I see it. All right, let me go on. Okay, so we got our path. I'm going to do some rocks. I'm going to do some quick rock work. Oh, yeah, also, we'll go and get some variations on these colors in a little bit of a moment. It's been a while since I used it. It was free back then. Never expect anything to be truly free on the internet unless it's ad block. Always get ad block. Ad block plus is good. Let's go and grab a blue rock. I'm going to just saturate you, bring you up right about here. It's going to make it like a white rock. It's like a limestone rock. Place a couple of them here and there. Get our boulder. Rock. Let's get on our rock. It's got to be on top of the path. There we go. Get on our rock out there. Maybe get a extra boulder up over here. Super close boulder. Getting our rock out over here. How are we looking over here? Oh yeah, that looks fine. One more rock. One more rock will help me. Then we can put some bushes around the rocks. Okay, let's get some bushes in here. Let's see. Is there a way to get a link to the Discord, or you want to keep it private? If you DM me on, if you could DM me on Twitter, maybe I can give you the link. But because I don't want to go and give out the link publicly. The reason why I don't want to give out the link publicly, even though I can easily filter people through with my mods, it's more just like, if I leave it public, it'd just be like a flow of just, I'm granted there are people that I know that can at least respect me on the Discord, and that they're there because of, well, they're JoTune fans in the sense, we have a category for that, it's called that. I don't know, it feels like there's like a leak inside the pod. I don't mean to go and insult you guys. Let me get some new music up in here. There you go. Ah, there we go. That'll work. I will never stop being amazed by how much drawing can change in so little. Yes, in so little time. I mean, changing a drawing. Oh, was it? Is there a way? This one? Okay, yeah, I read that one. Yeah. So changing up a drawing, it very much matters in like coloring. It matters on like object placement, as well as also the organization of the full layout of the drawing. Hence, I'm following all the rules that I was just talking about earlier, and I'm just putting them to work now. I'm drawing some simple bushes. Very simple bushes. I'm not gonna go do any high detail. But what I said, I'm gonna stick to it, and when I draw the bushes and the trees and the rocks, everything's going to have two colors on them. That way we keep everything simple. I'm going to draw a bush right here. Just going to carry it over this way. There we go. I don't know why it didn't fill. Sometimes it just doesn't fill when you go and try. Get that little fill bucket in there. I use a bot in my Discord that requires CAPTCHA. Bots can't read those, so they fail CAPTCHA and then the bot auto boots them. Essentially what I have, I already explained it. The front door that I have on my Discord, we have bots that do come in periodically, but since I do have a front door, the bots have to go through the front door, meaning that they have to mainly go through my mods. I only have 2 mods, but eventually I'll probably have 3. I'm thinking of getting a 3rd mod. A 3rd trusty mod. So I could use to go and execute my enemies. Enemies as in bots. I don't like bots. No bots. All they do is muddy the water and make everything bad. Just like this fill bucket. I don't know why my fill bucket ain't working for me. 100%. Should be working 100%. Curl these bushes around the rocks, because that's how normally bushes do. Bushes like to go and hang around rocks. I can tell you about that. There you go. Put a little bush right here by itself. The lonely bush. Okay. See, when it comes to drawing bushes, you don't even really need to focus on the leaves. So as long as it looks fluffy, so long as it looks bushy, that's really what you really need at the end of the day. Okay. We'll put another row of bushes over here. Spread the bushes out a little bit more. Let's see. But yeah, no. But yeah, no. That might be data collection shit going on, so better to limit them from coming into the Discord in the first place. You know what? That is a good idea. That is a good idea. I barely do anything in Discord and just lurk. Am I a bot? No, you're not a bot. I don't think you're a bot if you can question like that. But I am going to give you the big eye. I'm going to give you the lurk. I'm going to give you the big eye. I'm going to look at you weird.
Give you a deep look, deep into your soul. I'm gonna judge you. I'm gonna judge you.
I'm gonna run these bushes up along this countryside up here. Notice how the further back they go, the less detail they really need. Those bushes fall down. Following a little bit of modeler's rule on it. Show what you want to show. These bushes are going to be going behind the house. There we go. Alright. I'm going to brighten up these bushes a little bit. Tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. Let's go a little brighter. A little more saturated. Right about there. Do. Dang, Edgar's outing himself live on stream. I didn't know. We're reaching a new level of bot sentience, I guess. The AI is after us. The Aura Ibanagas of the world. Alright. So I'm gonna go and throw this into a box. Throw a layer on it. Let's go and hit it with a shading layer. Just gonna do some simple shading. All you need to do is get the full color black. All I need to do, get a giant brush. Let's kind of just do a little sweepy sweeps. I'm going to go all the way down to 20. Let's kind of just go a little up and down. Get some minor details in there. Always make sure that you can go and designate a cutoff on a bush to go and represent another bush. There we go. Let's do this one. Just gotta go and get a little bit of layering on there. Just a little layering. Designate a cutoff right there. Cutoff right there. The reason why I do those little cutoffs so I can show that there's like other bushes within the bushes. Even when I remove the line work, you can still see it. In fact, I don't think I need the line work anymore for this. We could go without the line work. Oh, hello there, fellow chatter. Hello there. How are you doing today? You're a little bit late to the lesson. We already did the main part of the lesson, but now we're just doing the after. Or should I say we're doing the work, I think? I think that's more accurate. We're doing the work. Doing the work of actually drawing the backgrounds. Doing a demonstration of how to do them. But as for you guys that just hopped in, I'll go and show you very quick what I'm doing. So we got this frame of a background, much like a frame for a character, and we got our separation lines being demonstrated by rule of thirds. Just gotta lift this up, get clearly see how my horizon's set up. And then I have a point perspective where our vanishing point is right up here, goes right down there, goes right down there, as well as also we have the S perspective going on, as well as also diagonal slant coming from the skies. So carry that up, carry that up. You can clearly see on how I'm assembling it inside my mind and how I'm visually assembling it on the drawing itself. As well as also our main focus, our main character is the house right over here. So essentially our fill-in for our focus point is going to be right over here. As well as over here and over here. So essentially our main view is right here. As well as also inside this little zone is where we're going to have our character. We have a tipsy I'm going to be putting right here. Just you can't see her right now. She's invisible. She's an invisible tipperino. All right, so let's go back to work on our detailing. So I was using the color black here. I want to get rid of this. There we go. Just going to do some quick little diddly dot lines. I'm also using a clipping mask for you people that do not know what a clipping mask is. It's essentially where you use another layer to go and lock onto the pixels of the layer below it. Just want to designate that one. Designate you. And this is, and also that's another thing. Once you start doing like detailing like this is where like your juices can start flowing. You can actually start doing some real good. Have some fun with the detailing, because you can be fairly loose with it. You don't have to be too rigid, unless you're going for that. I prefer impressionism, because that's granted what I grew up with as painting in real life. So I'm just using a combination of dots that are kind of like, what would I say? They're black. But they are, the opacity is reduced to the point where they just blend in with the bush color green. That bush of green color is nothing more than an opaque black color. I don't think I'm ready for the backgrounds. Don't worry, we could always simplify it even more. In fact, probably after this, I could probably finish the stream off by just doing an even simpler form of this background. And that way you can understand it too. Maybe I could do it right now. Maybe I could do it right now. Here, let's go and take a quick break from this. We'll go and take a quick break from this. Here, let me go and show you. So we got this background. I'm going to duplicate this very quick. I'm just going to throw all this, what you see, into a bin. There you go, or a bin or a folder, whatever you want to call it. All right, so we got this. So the same requirements over here, rock, tree, and a house. I'll show you very quick. All right, there's our tipper. Is that still? Oh, I didn't throw that in the folder. Let me throw it in that folder. Where's my sacred tipper at? Sacred tipperino? Okay, there she is. All right, so let's say this. So rock, tree, and a... Where is my other tipsy at? There you are. I'm going to copy you and duplicate you. So this is for you. I'll show you a very quick, easy way on how to go and do an easier background very quick. Yeah, it's very quick. So I'm going to just, what do you say? Lower the level of detail of this background. We're just going to make it super simple. Watch this, watch. So we got this super big background. I guess it's complicated, but we'll go and just do this. If I flatten it, still using the same rules, I'm gonna fade you out. Let's see what's going on behind her. peak the roof. Use a little bit of depth. Alright, so we got our house. Now we just need our tree. We'll go put the tree over here. Move our tippers. Shrink her down. Right about there. Say our tree's right here. Let's draw a stick. Put some branches on it. Actually, wait. Draw a stick. Cut off the stick. Go like that. Next. Now you just got a stick. Let's go and make a fluffy stick. Start from the bottom. Kind of just go around. Pull it in. Go up. Pull it around. This is how I draw trees, by the way, if you're wondering. It's kind of like that. And then make it a little more fluffy. Yeah, there you go. That'll work. And then we just go and get a rock. Where's my rock going to be? I'm going to put my rock right here. Got a rock. What's that? Didn't work with the branch? There we go. Yeah, fine. Fine. Put another rock next to that rock. And then we'll put a bush right here. Oh, oh, oh. Make it fluffier. There we go. Put another bush over here. Put a window. Put a window. And maybe a window over here. Oh, bigger window. Larger window. But there you go. That would be a very simple version of the background for you. Nacho Brick, I guess, is your name. But yes, taking what I'm currently drawing, rearranging it, and just making it flatter. Because I know that not everyone is gonna get like big perspective instantaneously, but this is for demonstration of all the ideas of what we were explaining today. So let's continue back on track to what we were discussing earlier. What our focus was. Most indeed. Yes, sirree. Alright, so what we got right here? We got our grass. We got our bushes. Bushes are still being detailed, so let's go back to detailing our bushes. We are on the color black. I just want to go and do a little bit more fluffing up here on these bushes. A little bit more flufferino over here. A little flufferino up there. Make sure that there's dark spots on the bushes. The reason why I say dark spots is because bushes are obviously not solid objects. Bushes tend to be a little bit holy, if you know what I mean. You could go inside a bush. You could hide inside a bush. So it's always best to go and make sure there's dark spots to go and demonstrate those areas where bushes have holes in them. Same with trees, which we're going to do in a couple of seconds right now. We're going to get right up to the trees. We're just going to do the same thing. I'm going to go down to 20, and I'm going to just go along the trees, the canopy line, and just start picking out colors just like what I did, or picking out shades. Just like what I did with the bushes. They're no different. They're all the same in a sense. Just one's taller than the other. But one thing you have to pay attention to is that trees are tall. So there's going to be a little shading below them. Even though these trees are in the background, they still have a little bit of detail to them. Just a little bit. Just want to pick these up, pick them out. There we go. They don't have to be perfect. That's the thing about organic objects. They do not need to be perfect. because they're trees. They're organic. They're not like, what do you say? They're not like a man-made structure like the house is going to be, which the house is not going to be perfect either. It could be a little wonky. It could be a little lopsided. It too can have its own little form of organicness to it. Essentially, my goal every time when it comes to teaching you guys about how to draw, it's all in the means of getting you off of your comfort zone of saying just like, I can't do it, and just getting you to the doing part. Showing you that it's like, it's easier than it looks. It's easier than it looks. It's like, oh, I can never do that. I can never draw something as grandiose as a big background or something like a character. Well, I'm here to go and help you with that. That's my focus. And I hope that I explained it well enough today. I don't think I did, but I hope that you did learn something. I do hope that you guys learned something from it. Because it's been a while. I mean, you know, maybe in the future I might return to the background, but next time we will do more character-focused stuff again. We'll do some more character-focused stuff. And I'm thinking of a request style stream. So essentially we'll do like character requests of Touhou characters. And what I want to try and do next time, I want to go and demonstrate how to go and do fabric. Fabric is something that does perplex people. And I know that there are people that like to draw, and a lot of Touhou characters have long, flowy dresses. So, the best way to go and practice that is to go and demonstrate fabric. Or to go and draw said characters, is to go and demonstrate learning how to draw fabric. I think that's what I want to go and do for the next learning stream in the future. Now, how soon in the future? Maybe next Wednesday. Maybe next Wednesday. Because this Sunday, I'm probably going to be playing a different Touhou fan game. One game that I played at a convention this weekend, or last weekend? I think it's last weekend at this point. We're going to be doing it this weekend. It's like a Touhou Pac-Man style game. It's very interesting. It was very fun to go and take a look at. So we're going to be taking a look at that this Sunday. So stay tuned for that when it comes out. I got a lot of streams this week because, first off, it's spring break, so that means I have a lot more time to go and do streamy stuff, as well as also to go and do anime-y stuff. Tomorrow there is going to be a Hightail update, I think. Oh, there's my face right there. I think there's going to be like a Hightail update. They're probably going to be adding like 400 plus blocks or something like that. It's going to be crazy. Crazy. Going back onto the main subject, as you can see, I'm still detailing bushes here and there. I'm not really focusing on the grass just yet. I'll be going on to the grass just in a moment. We're just about done with this last bush right here. Maybe add a little bit more detail on that bush. All right, so what I'm going to go and do next is that we're going to go... Goddamn. What we're going to do next is go and focus on the grass. I'm going to focus on the grass itself. I'm just going to tagline that right up there. And I'm going to go and we got our shading. Good. So what I'm going to do, let's go and demonstrate how to go and do some quick grass. Quick and easy grass. Just simply just do a little just spurt lines right there. Spurt lines. Just go up and around. I might want to attach this. Bring up higher. Alright, let me go and take this color. There we go. We're going to take this color. I'm going to switch that out. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Yep, there we go. Okay, I'm going to bring this above the bushes. Nice. Above or below? We'll go above the path. How does that look? Yeah, that looks good. Simple little tiny tufts of grass is what demonstrates grass the most. You don't have to be perfect with the grass. It doesn't have to be like all over the place. So as long as you get it looking a little rough. A little rough. It's wild grass. Have it be tall, have it be small. So as long as it alternates its shape. It creates these little tiny like fans. Kind of like what you see how I'm doing here. And they kind of get big, they kind of get small. They kind of get really tall, but not super tree tall. And they don't get overly fluffy like a bush. It can also be used to go and cut up things such as the paths. Showing that they're growing over the paths. 1, 2, 3. Just kind of draw little tiny tufts here and there. And it seems like it's a lot of work, but it's really not. It's just a bunch of just scrapes. Just a little tiny, just like that. Just little lines. Little lines, they just go up and down, simple little lines. It's gotta go like that, gotta go like that. Extra fluffy grass. Sometimes grass can be sharp, I know that. I don't think I've ever really been cut on grass now I think about it, but apparently it can be sharp. They call them blades of grass for a reason, I guess. Alright. Let me see where that house is. Alright, our house is going to be right here. So I could draw it around the house. I don't want to draw it over the house because we're going to be placing some extra grass once we place the house down. I like your drawings, though I don't draw. I see. I just noticed that the Tipsy Army is dead. No? Wait, what do you mean, Tipsy Army? Oh, the Tipsy Army has a dead Tipsy. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, there is a dead Tipper. Yes, there is a dead Tipper. There is most definitely a dead Tipper inside that army of Tippers. There you go. Just going to push all this through. Just got to do a little bit more grass work here and there. I could put some extra grass to to grow over the boulders. But for right now, the grass's purpose is just to go and fill out the area. If it gets covered a little bit, that's fine. That is fine. As long as it makes my meadows look soft. And the further off it goes, the smaller it gets. Much like how depth works. Further it goes, smaller it gets. Less and less detail. Though the closer it gets, the higher the detail. LOD, level of detail. It can vary in many different ways. In this case, we're using a combination of both. A little combination of both. Just going right in there. Off to the corner. There we go. Fill in this little area so it's a little empty. Just a tad bit empty. Then let's see. We got some empty spots over here near the house. Vary your grass, but always make it in that little fan shape. Very important. Very important. There we go. Let me see that. Now you notice I haven't put any grass behind that tree over here. Not focusing too much on it because of the fact that there's going to be an actual full-size tree there. It's going to be a detailed tree, but not like an overly detailed tree. we go. Okay, so let's go and do one extra layer of detailing over here. I'm just going to do this. Connect you. Bring you down to 20. Hit the color black. Get that back in black. All right. All right. Just want to experiment right there. The further away, the less shadows you really need, the less detailing you need. Because the next layer, I don't think I really need these shadows. They'd be means to an end at that point. Oh, let me, oh, what layer are you on? You go down here. There we go. I was like, where am I at? I got a little bit lost. Thankfully, I managed to pick myself back up. Sometimes you can get lost in your drawings, it's fine. Okay, let's get to the big tree now. Our main background is pretty much solid. We'll go and focus on the sky last of last, but let's go and get to our tree. So I'm just gonna go and do the tree right here in the center, and then I can drag it off this side. So let's go and get our tree down. So it kind of looks a little something like a little bit of a squiggly line. I want bundle you up. We'll bundle you up. Make a new folder. I want to we'll grab this brown. I'm going to desaturate it slightly. Yeah, no, a little darker. A little more hue. There we go. That'll do me. That'll do me well. All right, so I'm going to just do it right here in the center. So first things first, here's how I would draw the tree. So first off, I'm just going to start from one side. Just kind of start wide and then go up. Go up like this. Kind of curve it a little bit. Oh, let me get it as the highest overlay. That way we could all see what we're drawing here. There we go. Get rid of... What do I want to get rid of? I'm going to get rid of you. Actually, we'll get rid of the entire background. Let's go and just see the tree by itself. There we go. I want to just go and get the general shape of the tree. Get a little bit of root action. This is a tree that practically anyone can do. There we go. I'm only getting the important branches that build the shape. There we go. Split that off right up here. It goes that way. Connect that right there. Go this way. Alright. Split that. Split that. Split again. Anytime when you think that you could split off a branch, you can. Kind of like how I'm doing right here. Just going wherever I feel like a split would be. I'm not making any sort of type of particular tree species. I'm just going by a gut feeling. There we go. Let's make an extra branch right there. Even though it's probably not going to be seen. Do you have tips for backgrounds when the main focus of the art is the character presentation? Yes, I do. When you're doing, for a tip to give you, when you're drawing a background where the character is the main focus, make sure that the character is in a position where you see the character first. What I mean by that is that the background should work around the character. Kind of like the bamboo image that I showed you guys earlier. I'll go and bring it up again because that one... Oh, this is the wrong one. Wrong arena. Character, tippers, com. Where are you at? Bring this one in here. So you can see, we're taking a look at this again. So, how many tips for backgrounds when the main character is, when the main focus of the art is the character presentation? Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, notice on how the background isn't as detailed, and even if it is detailed, the character is in the forefront and in the center. Even if I decide to go and move it off to the side, I would need to go and just shift the background in the favor of the character. So essentially, you work the background around the character. And even if I remove the characters from the background, you get this, because I'm using modeler's rule, which is essentially modeler's rule being show what you want to show and show what you want to show. Meaning that if I don't have to go and draw the rest of the background behind the characters, this is all that's there. So you got the characters are right here. Characters are right here. And then there's nothing behind them. So you don't need to go and focus on the details that are over here behind the characters, because your main focus is right here. Yeah, that's what I gotta go and say about that. Let's not save that. Let's go back to our tree. So it's going to just fill in that color, and fill in you. Oh, seems as if we got to go and do some manual fill. That's always fine by me. I don't mind doing some manual filling. All right, so I'm going to do next. I'm just going to go and hit it with a nice little layer of color displacement shading. I'm going to get it on the color black. Just kind of just do a couple of lines here and there to go and demonstrate tree bark. Let me go back on that. Let me try it again. You don't need to put too much focus into this. Maybe around the bottom of the tree, but not too much. Not overtly. This is just to go and get some lines to go and break up the shape of the tree. It's kind of just, you can even just scribble them around if you want. So those lines, you break up that solid color. Because sometimes solid colors, they look good, but they do look cheap in too much, if you use it too much. All right, so next, I'm going to go behind the tree, and I'm going to grab, let me go and turn on, actually, wait, do I have my colors saved up? I don't think I do. Let me go back onto here. Where'd it go? There it is. Grab this color. I'm going to make it a lot more greener. A lot more greener right about there. Let's go and turn you off. And I'm going to make you darker. A little bit more desaturated. Right about there. Let's go and make you like this. So I'm going to start from the back. And this is going to be the main shape of the tree. So the main shape of the tree is going to be based on whatever I just drew. But also I got to work with the branches I drew earlier. Right. Let me just go and scroll my entire tree down. All right. Now you see in how I'm doing the leaves? I'm not doing like every single leaf. I'm just doing like an in and out. In and out. And then I do like these little tiny push out sections right here, push out section right there, which kind of just bushes out. Bushes out, but then it goes back in. And then it sinks, goes up, forming these little tiny squares. I'll get these little tiny squares in there. And then after that, I go back out again. But do not go over these little tiny inner branches, because what we're going to be doing with those, we're going to be exposing them in a different way. Curl that in. Push that out, curl that in. Right. And then we'll just go like that. I want to fill this. Then also, actually, before I do that, I'm going to make some openings. Let's make some openings in the back. Opening over here. And let's put a big opening over here on this side. I'm not going into too much detail on it, but it's a fair amount. There we go. Fill that in. There we go. Now we have two holes. Two holes. And then what we're going to do, we're just going to do our overlayer. Now that we're done with that, we just go with our overlayer. And this is going to be a much brighter section. Go up. How are we looking here on the stream? There we go. Yep. All right. So what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to go over the branches, but in sparse. I'm going to go more sparse. Kind of like the bushes, is going to make little tiny sections that pop out. I'm going to push that back, go up like this. Go down. And you can make it go over the back section. Alright. Okay, and then just carry that up on top. Put a little extra bush right up there. And I want to just go around the bottom like so. Carry that, go back down. Go, and we'll put a little extra bush right here. Fill that in, and there you go. Now we got our nice little tree. Now I'm gonna go back up here though, because I want to go and get a little bit of a hole going through, so we can see more through the inside of the tree. There you go. And then if you want, what you can do is that you could take the brown again, and then just add a couple of sticks coming out here and there. So always make sure that they're a little twiggy. Just a little bit twiggy. And there you go. You got a simple tree to work with. And this is not too complicated, by the way. This is very much just... There's only a total of 4 layers here. 4 layers, and only one of them is a shading layer. So technically, it only takes 3 layers to build this tree. And then, let's go and place it into our world that we have constructed so far. I want my frame back on. Take that. I'm just going to shrink it down. It's a little bit big. I want to see some of that sky. There we go. And that way you can also see some of that hill behind it. Where we placed that? Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping this tree? Let's see. Here's our background. Let's go and put it in the actual folder. Right there. We got our grass. Where's our grass at? Grass work is right down there. There's our rocks. There we go. Let's put another rock over here. I'm gonna put an extra rock in front of my tree. Tree layer. Put it below the rock layer. Put a rock right over here. Get a rock in there. Get a foot in. Now, as for the rocks, let's take a look at the rocks. Let's focus on these rocks. I'm gonna love my rocks. So rocks, one of the major things you need to pay attention to when doing rocks is that they do conform to the light. So always make sure that when you're drawing rocks, that the angles and shapes that you get on them are based off of the light direction. So I'm gonna just get a darker color right here, and I'm gonna just start off by doing a little bit of shading on the back, because we got high. Let's say that the sun is high, but just want to get like this. A little bit of a cut down here. And then after that, this one is going to be 3 layers. This is the only object that's probably going to be a 3 layer. One for the general shading of the rock. Second for the rocky details. Okay. Get them rocks up there. That's a rather large rock, but I think, oh wait, no, I described it as a boulder earlier. That's right. Sun is generally coming from this direction. Well, you say like that direction. So it's kind of like coming from the back. So I want to go and like shade some of the back of the rock. But generally, it's kind of like noon light, like a noonday, kind of like summer. I always like making my images in this, like in a summer setting. It's just because summer is just my favorite season. I'm not sure if you guys like enjoy summer or not, but I generally enjoy my summers. Let's see. Do you have any recommendations for other artists that can provide good art tips? Any other artists other than myself? I don't really know. I know of many skilled artists, and the thing is that particularly when it comes to looking for art tips, I'm just here giving you art tips. Now, there's nothing stopping you from looking at other people's art and finding tips from it in general. Because the thing is that there's always something to go and learn for someone who wants to learn how to draw when it comes to looking at other people's works and just pulling them apart and saying, how did they make that? And you just do like a little bit of a study on it, like a research, like looking into how they made a work. Kind of like when I show you that other artist, what was his name? Harl Schiller. When I showed you Schiller's work earlier, I look into his work and I could go and pull apart what I need to get out of it. Or, for example, let's take another artist. Let's take another Touhou artist, shall we? Let's see. Since we're doing Touhou related stuff, let's go and take a Touhou artist and we're go and pull apart and take a look at what they do. Let's see. Let's see what kind of Touhou artists we got here. Let me see. I'm looking for references. Don't mind me. I'll be right there. I'm looking for one that has like a very... this one. Let's look at this art. So you can see... Oh, in fact, I should pull this into Clip Studio Paint. I don't remember who made this work. Actually, wait. Let me reverse image search this. Let's see if I can. That's not how you reverse image search, Google. You're just dumb. Give me the details. What we got? Nothing? Gelboru. Thank you, Chimada. Metadata. Source. Give me the sauce! Okay. This art was made by, I believe, an artist called Paramalo Nubaldo. Yeah, that looks like it. But generally, you can see inside this work that this guy really knows how to go and use the spiral. In fact, let's go and take a look at it. So, obviously you can see, first off, this is using slant, as well as also there's a little bit of an angle focus, and, wait for it, you got the spiral. There is the wondrous spiral. You can see it right here. Goes up, goes around, and then right there. This right here is a perfect example on how to go and use like a background, as well as also like what you said. Do you have any recommendations for other artists who can provide good art tips? When it comes to looking at other people's art, pull the artwork apart. Observe the artwork. See what they did to go and make the artwork what it is. Thus, that's how you can go and learn from it. From the most complex works to the most simple works. In fact, let's go and just show you a simple work. Since we were just looking at a complex work like this wondrous great Chibata drawn by, what was this guy's name? Parmo Nubalo. Here, I'll go and put his at. There you go. You guys can go and look more at his work on twitter.com. He seems to draw a lot of highly detailed work. Yeah, he even has time lapses, proving that he is the skilled man, the skilled one. All right, so let's go and take a look at a simple work. Let's look at a doodle, shall we? Something that is like, what do you say? Simplistic. Oh, this one. This one's a perfect one. Let me show you this one. Wait for it. Look at the golden spiral. We got the golden spiral inside this one. Look at this. Watch. Starts right there. Goes around. Ends right there. Granted, this isn't background work, but hey, you know, hey ho. All right. One more. Let me see this one. Oh, that's a pretty good one. I'm just looking through what I have inside my folder. My collection folder of collection stuffs. Oh boy, I wonder what type of art that person posts. Surely isn't some crazy stuff. The dodo. Yeah, don't look at that one guy's art. I highly recommend you don't. That was a bad idea. I should probably vet my images before looking at them. My mistake. My apologies. But anyways, here we go. Let's get back to work on what we were working at. We make mistakes every now and again. All right. So now that we got our tree down, let me go and draw some extra grass behind there. Just gotta get that up. And up there. There you go. Windows XP Dodo, yes. More like the Chima Dodo. The Dodo. Alright. Let's go and get our house down. So now we've done pretty much all of our nature stuff. Now we can finally get to the house. And then, actually, wait. Let me go and detail this path very quick. We'll go and add some quick details to the path. I want some rocks on the path. Also, we were detailing the rocks. But those rocks, they look good. But they could be better. Let me make them better. Backtrack, backtrack, backtrack. Cycle back. Circle back. Let me just go and do this. I'm going to go and deeper color. Kind of like so. Actually, wait. Maybe if I go black. Add a layer. Do that. Make it about 20. that, go like that. I might want to make this blue now I think about it. We'll make it blue. What if it was blue? Go back blue. The good Shimano, the XP Shimano was really good. It was really good. If you actually check the artist, it's nothing very NSFW, but it's not something to show on a family-friendly channel. Yeah, I didn't notice that until I looked up the thing, because normally it's like, oh, hey, wait, oh, shit, oh, no. I'll just probably edit that out. Let me bring this back up. What I'm doing is I'm just adding some spots onto these boulders. Just to create some variation on the rocks. Then if I won't like the color, I could change it afterwards. Go. I'm going to select this color. We made the memory wiper from that one movie. Correct. Or I could just go back into the stream and just edit out that one section. My mind on the way to drill is something that made me uncomfortable in my memory. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, my apologies on doing that. I didn't mean to do that. Just happened that I had an image that looked wholesome on the surface, but it had a dark meaning under it. Oh dear. Alright, so let's go and get this path down very quick. Make that darker. A little bit more desaturated. Darker and desaturated. The part was funny though. It may be funny, but unfortunately I might have to, I need to go and do some corrections on it. It's kind of like that, what do you say? Oh God. From that one scene from Lazy Town where Robbie Rotten covers the screen. It's like, don't look at that! Don't let your kids see this! Like that one. Okay, I'm just gonna do like this, drag it like that. There we go. Okay. Get that in the fill-in. There we go. All I'm doing is just adding some streaks to the path to go and give it like a feel like there's like gives it flow, gives it direction, as well as also shows that it's kind of dirt. It looks a little dirty, a little dusty. And I can scatter some rocks onto the path. I'm going to do that very quick. It's all just little minute details now at this point. Not too significant, not too insignificant. I don't need to do the extra stuff like I did on the big rocks. I could just do this. go. I'm going to go back to this tree. I'm going to add similar details like what I was doing on the bushes. Go down to 20. Actually, maybe I could just grab this. Grab this. Do this. Kind of wrap it around. Oh, there's a bush that's in front of that tree. I didn't notice that until now. Now, I guess the tree's going to supplant the rock. There we go. Just use clipping mask on that. Or, what is that? I don't think it was, that's not a clipping mask. That's just a regular mask. A regular masky mask. There we go. Make my life simpler. I insert yours. It's just that your mind completely remembers either a spoiler or something like that. Oh. Well, thank you for not searching that up. Keep your eyes safe. Let's see. Going on this tree. Just going to go and add a little bit more fluffy details here and there. It's just the reason why I'm adding these details is because of the fact that this tree, first of all, does not match with the bushes. So I'm making it match with the rest of the scenery. It's just like, what do you say? Just applying it to the scene. It doesn't even take that much to do. Just a little bit of scribbling here and there. There we go. Now it matches. Now we can finally get to the house. We're going home. Get into our house. Alright, so first thing first, I want to go and take a new layer, make that a box. We're just going to go and we'll make our house, you know, we'll make our house like a blue color, I think, for right now. I'm just going to take the, was it just the general shape? I'm going to put some stonework around the bottom of it, so. Maybe it could be white wall house with a blue roof. Just want the house to be filled out. Just a general shape. Everything else can come on afterwards. There we go. Fill that, fill that. Oh, flashbang. Nope. Okay. Misfire. There we go. Alright, now I want to go and drag it down below. That way we can see what we're drawing. Alright, so add new layer. I want to go right there. Let me see, how's this? Toning correction, hue, saturation, luminosity? No, there's nothing there on that layer. There's something on this layer, I know that. I know that. Make it brighter. Brighter. Brighter? Yeah, that'll work. You're right, we do need that memory wipe. Oh, man. Oh, man. There you go. Okay. Go and pull this out. It's gonna make a new layer. I'm just gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna disconnect it though. Kind of feel like I'm making my hightail house right now. Which will be returning to I think I'm going to be doing an extra hightail stream tomorrow that I think about it. Changing the subject, obviously. But I think I'm going to be doing another hightail stream tomorrow. I've been building a railway line to the northern region, so I feel like that should be the focus of another extra stream if I do one. If I do. Not sure yet. Everything's always up in the air with me. I'm very indecisive sometimes. It is a sin. Sin of mine. Really need to correct myself on that. There we go. Okay. The blue roof. We're gonna put a red door here, and the reason why I'm gonna put a red door there, I think, is so I could go and focus on the tippers. That way, because this image is generally like a cool image, so I want to put some kind of warm color to draw contrast. All right, so I'm gonna add lining to the walls, like wood planks. The house is made out of planks. Go. Then I can place the window afterwards. Don't think, just do. Go. Just getting some stripes to look like planks. Add some extra stripes over there. Want to get rid of this framework now I think about it. There we go. Okay. Changing the angle. We gotta go and change the angle when we do this. And to change the variation, I'm actually going to put a little shading on this house. Not too much. Just something to go and designate, saying that this side has some depth to it. So it's not being shown as much by like the sun. It's not getting much light on it. All right. Go right about here, going to go right across. Do it, let's see, do it like this. And go up like that. Alright, hit an eraser, snap eraser. There we go. And then we got our center beam. Yep. Cool. Now, I'm going to go onto the outside. I'm going to use the same stones. It's going to wrap around the house, creating like a bottom molding. There you go. I'm gonna make it darker. Edit tonal transformation, that color. Make it dark. That dark. And then after that, go back on there with the same stones. We're gonna put this in a little pocket. Pick out the rocks. Just like this. Probably do with a big brush. Big brush will help. some tiny rocks in between, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go back over with some grass. Grass and a little bit of masking. Let me see, where's that door at? Oh, okay, so we got a door right there. Yeah. Thankfully, I can just place it. Here we go. Let's go and get a square. Let's get a red door on first before I do any more stonework. So I'm gonna fit it in between these frames. Let's get a nice red color to saturate it slightly right about there. The house is set to a different layer from the background, right? Yes, yes. The house is definitely a different layer from the background. I could turn off the entire house, as you can tell. Since the house is technically our main character of this image, I'm putting more detail on the house than I am the rest of the background. Like that. There we go. Okay, now I want to get the porch out. I'm going to just draw over this line. Carry that down. Straight down. Wait. Let me do it like this. No, wait. There we go. Okay. Fuse that down. Merge with layer below. Right about there. Now you can increase the size of the door. And then let's grab our character. There we go. And then we got a little porch on the front. Let me go and see, do that. Change that color. Desaturate down to about 20. Get that black. Okay, and then after that, what I want to do next, let's take a different color. Same in the perspective of that color. I just want to do this. Drag some pillars going straight up to go and hold up the front entryway. Alright, let's go back up to the roof. The roof needs a little detail. It needs a little detail, so we're going to go back up there. One variation of roof tiles. So I want to make it... First, I want to make it patchy. Patchy roof. Showing some differentialities of the roof color. This is going to require 3 colors. These roofs, they tend to go and have not one solid color at all times. Oop. Did I just flashbang? I just flashbanged. There we go. Oopsie doopsie. Should be an accident. No need to fret on that. Oh, that's an accident right there. Accident waiting to happen. Boom, bum, bing, bong, bum, bum, beep, bong. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Try it again. Close it off. Close you off. Close you off. And close it off. There you go. Okay, I'm going to fade these out. Okay. And then what I'm going to do next, go back up there. And we're just going to do this. Let's kind of do, what do you say? This little tiny roof shingles. Best way to demonstrate them is like doing little tiny square zigzags. I'm going to darken this up right here because there ain't going to be no shingles on this section. It's all just going to be dark. Trust the process? Oh, it's always a trust the process when you're drawing. When you're drawing a background, especially nature stuff, it's always a trust the process. So as long as you get the general shape, it'll look like it. If you know what it looks like, then you know what it looks like. It's kind of like when you sees it, you feels it. You gotta feel around for it. We'll go and get some color dispersal on the house too, mainly at the bottom. Do some weathering on it. Let's see, I want the color of the house first. There we go. I'm gonna drag it down towards the yellow. Right about there. We're going to do here, I'm gonna do just like, it's gotta go over the line work too. Showing age on the house. Connect that. Go under again, connect that. Boom, boom. Now what I'm going to do, fade it slightly. And just make it a little darker. Tonal correction, hue, saturation. That way it shows up a little bit more. And I could do it on the roof as well. There we go. Got our nice little red door right here. Got to go and match up that roof now I think about it. Let me go back to that. know, just kind of wrap that around there. Draw some little squares. We're not being perfect. I know that's for sure. Let's go to our door. Oh, I just scraped up to the sky for a second. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe I'm being told to work on the sky already. I'm not ready to work on the sky yet. Shut up. Well, you know what? I'm already on the door. I was like, I'm drawing on the wrong layer, but it's fine. Like this. Now I just go straight across. Hold it up there. Get a foot in. And then we'll go and put a little tiny doorknob on it. Let's see, we got this color. That's not really brass. That's close. Maybe a little bit a little darker. Go darker. Put a door frame. Well, yeah, we can put a door frame around it. I do need to put it a little lower. Maybe put you under here. Ah, there we go. That'll do him fine. Put some windows on this house. There. And all I need to do to go and make sure they look like windows is just go right behind them, since they're already over the house. Put a little darkness behind them. Let's go with the navy blue. There we go. From a distance, you can't really see inside a house anyways. There we go. Let's lock these pixels very quick. Just gonna put some... Actually, put a layer on top. Put a layer on top. Straight black. 20. There we go. A little crude, but that's fine. Let me go back to these rocks. Get this tippy out here. Wrap these rocks around the door frame area. Now what I can do, I'm going to go over these rocks very quick. Just add some extra shading on them. Just like these. So as long as they're attached to it, that's all that really matters. Might need to make the molding a little bit black, a little darker, a little bit darker, a little bit blacker. Increase the darkness in the form of mold. Get moldy. Get molded. All right. Essentially all I'm doing is just showing that there is some shading below the rocks. And then what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to put some shading on the house because the sun is going to be behind. Granted, it is still above, but we'll put some shading on the house. Because I feel like it. That's how it is. I just feel like it. there's no deeper meaning to it. I just feel like it. Alright. Do this. I'm going to throw it into another folder. I like throwing things into folders upon folders, and I get lost. And I get lost because I threw things into too many folders. Okay, go under. There we go. This is going to be shaded. Most definitely. There we go. There we go. Well, actually, I don't even need to do that. Just the entire porch is going to be shaded. But in a different tone. Fill that in. Fill you in. And then all we need to do is just lower the opacity down. 20? I think 20 is good. And then after that, what we can do is this. Go down 20, duplicate it. Just want to chop off one end over here. Hit my eraser. There we go. Maybe make this a little bit brighter. We'll make it brighter. Make it 10. There we go. And then we'll throw some shading on the floor beneath the house. Our house is such a significant object that it does need a little bit of shading below it. Not too much because the sun is really high up, so. Put some shading on the tree too. There you go. How we do on these bushes? You guys need shading? I guess you guys need shading, right? What's that? Okay, I thought there was an extra dot in the sky that I missed. So I was like, oh, why is there an extra dot in the sky? Where'd that dot come from? Why is it there? I figured out very quickly. Alright, so I'm going to do next. Alright, so you're still in there. Let me go to the house itself. Right there. This is our house. Shading. We'll go below the shading. Get some more grass. Grassy grass.
Ooh, I want to go maybe above. Just want to get it around the rocks, even though I'm going over some other grass. Correct that. Just erase it. There you go. As for this extra grass that's currently under the house, so you can see it's being cut off, I can just remove it from existence. Fix my problems. Remove that grass. Cut that grass. There you go. All right. Let me see. How's this looking? Where's the shading on the house? Let me see it. Let me see it. Alright. Oh, you're not connected right now. You need to be up here then. Put it in the house? Ah, wait. Put it on the layer of the house. I had to get my layer organization down on that. Right here. There we go, you're fixed. Mucho bettero. I was like, where'd the shading on the house go? It kind of disappeared for a moment. But last things last, we'll go and grab our Tipsy. Where is she at? Where are you? Right here. I want to go and place you right there. That's why I kept you here the entire time. Alright. I'm going to duplicate you. I'm going to scroll you back down under. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. I was like, why are there so many layers all suddenly? Oh, because I made them the entire time. Alright. Click on you. Click on you. Shrink you down even more. Now what I'm gonna do, I gotta shrink my line work. Oh my god, she's so scrungly now. Not to fear. Let me go and just... Oh, I need to lock that behind me. Lock you. Select you. Lock you too. Okay, fine. Everything wants to be selected. Well, I want to select something else. 5. There we go. Lastly, let's just go and color in our Tipsy very quick. Hit her with some colors. It's gonna be loosely colored, and I don't think any solid colors will do this time around. They'll probably paint her in with a big brush. It's not the brightest idea. There we go. And then after I could go over there some shading. Alright. Let's get our hair color. Thankfully I have a bunch of Tipsies on the screen to go and grab from grab colors for reference.
fill this last section in right here. Fill in the hair. Actually, wait, no, wait. And then fill in the shoes. We gotta fill in those shoes. Once you fill in the shoes, then we can hit her with some shading. And then we'd be nice and in the clear, doing everything on one layer, obviously, as you can tell. Erase this. Get her skin tone. Just fill that in. Get her hands down. And lastly, do the bows and the shoes. Thankfully, I don't need to worry about the white. There we go. Let's get our shoes down. Gotta get the drip on. And lastly, just go and hit with an opacity. Do a zigzag. And then go and place her into the world by hitting her with some shading. First things first, just go and let's see, I want to hit her with a little bit of a blue. Put that over the character. Attach that, go like that. Do the same under her feet. I want to make that stark black. Edit, tonal correction, go. Anything else I need to do here? Probably a little bit more extra on the house. Whatever extra details I wish to go ahead on, I will do so right now. This is straight up black. There can be shades under shades. But there you go. We managed to go and fit our Tipsy into this background. Lastly, let's go and do some we'll do some clouds. We got a clear sky today. We don't need a clear sky. We need some clouds. Let me see. How am I going to do that? Just going to grab it slightly brighter blue, I believe. It's brighter as you go into the horizon. I want to go like this. Bigger pen. Even bigger pen. Just like that. That, and then I'm just gonna do I'm not gonna smear. I'm not gonna do any smearing. We're just gonna do it hard colors, brighter, as bright as possible. Throw some clouds in the sky. those in. Get a snap on the layer. Snappy snap. And go a little bit of saturated gray. We're going to get the undertone of the cloud. There we go. Drop that, go there, leave that little opening right there, that's fine. Similar to the bushes, kind of just do the underbelly of the clouds. There you go. Oh. Yep, but there you go, guys. There is a, oh, I didn't mean to send nothing, it was an accident. I was gonna say, how'd you send nothing? That's crazy. But there you go, guys. We got ourselves a full image, full background. It was more like a focus on a landscape. I hope I managed to go and teach well today. I don't think I did. I think I might have did it wrong. I feel like I didn't get the message through. But with what I got done here, from what you guys see, is at least the best explanation on how to go and do a landscape, I guess. Maybe today it was lessons in landscaping. We're doing some landscaping. Gotta do some lands. Learn about free real estate. I'm gonna change the color of this tree very quick. These trees are they're a little too yellow. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. Tipsy's humble home. Yeah, a humble home of the Tippers. Granted, Tipsy doesn't live in a house like this. She lives in a tree. But hey, you know, alternate world, this Tipsy could have a house like this. Maybe I can make this house in Hightail. Who knows? It looks fantastic. Thank you. Oh, where'd the clouds go? I'm missing my clouds. I just had some clouds up in the sky. I just lost them. Did I erase them? Did they go bye-bye? No, I turned them off. Okay, there we go. I was like, where'd my clouds go? I just had some clouds in the sky. Well, I guess it's a clear sky after all. No, it's fine. It's fine. We got them. We got our clouds. We got our background. This is a very, very, by the way, this is a simple of a landscapey background without going like high detail. This is super simple. Pretty much, with the exception of the rocks and the house, pretty much everything here has only 2 colors on it. Can't believe Tipsy own multiple properties to raise the prices against Sokyo. Yes, the prices against Sokyo are going to skyrocket when the fairy boomers take over. But as for a question, you know, I'll put it out to a poll. No, I'm not going to put it out to a poll. I'm not going to put it to a poll. I'll just hope that you guys learned a fair bit from what I had to go and teach today. I might redo this lesson in the future because I feel like I didn't have my thoughts organized enough for today. I noticed I made a little bit of a mistake in the way through. But even if we still look in the major perspective, I guess I was teaching landscapes more than backgrounds. I mean, granted, this is still technically considered a background. A character can go and walk through it and experience what is there. So, technically, yeah, I could still say I fulfilled the purpose of teaching a background, but I feel like I didn't teach it right. I might return to this lesson maybe later this year, just to go and do it again properly. It's a big thing. A lot of thought had to be put into it. And I didn't go in with the thoughts in mind. What do you say? The big process in mind. I kind of just came in blind. Granted, when I do my curriculum, I normally do a little bit of thinking beforehand. This one, I kind of just went in face first. But the most I can say is I hope you guys did learn today, because that's all I got for right now. It's a little bit late. Tomorrow, I think we'll do I think I might do an extra hightail stream. If not, I might work on my animations. But Friday, there's definitely a hightail stream. Sunday, we're going to be looking at... what is the name of the game? Let me go and pull up the game name. You're going to get a little of my Steam in there. Let me see. Touhou Denmaku Maze. We're going to be looking at that on Sunday. So this Sunday, we're going to do it a little extra, just like how we did Cerner Lifts a Boulder last Sunday. We're going to be looking at Touhou Denmaku Maze this coming Sunday. So stay tuned for that. But other than that, I would like to bid you farewell for today. Thursday and Friday hightail. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because there's a little something extra, a little extra building that I want to go and do. I'm not sure if I want to stream it or not. I might do it off stream, might do it on stream. Really depending on how I'm feeling tomorrow. Really depends on how I'm feeling tomorrow. But like I said, I like to go and bid you guys a farewell for right now. A fairy farewell. Because that's all I got for today. This is a little bit of a peaceful stream. But I hope you guys learned today. I know I keep on saying I hope you guys learned today, but I'm not sure if you guys did or not. I hope I didn't fail you. But till then, I would like to go and wish you guys a good rest of your day, evening, morning, nighttime, or wherever you are. Because I'm John Fuda telling you, I'll see you in the backgrounds. Till then, later everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.